Hello everybody and welcome back to the APL. It's day 2 of APAC North as we continue to try and narrow 8 teams down to 4 for the playoffs. It's Guz and Nick on the broadcast today. It's been a little while since we've casted together. In fact, I'm pretty sure the last time we actually did would have been the Sao Paulo Grand Final. So it's nice to have you as company.
That's what I was thinking. No, thank you for joining. You know, James couldn't be here today, so the Gostler stepped into his shoes and had a little chat catching up, you know, off camera. And it seems like a lot of things happened since we last worked together. That's super nice to hear.
Yeah, we'll compare beards at the end of the day. I think you've got me beat there by now. Let's have a look at the standings for North so far. Of course, just the one play day, so not particularly indicative of how this is necessarily going to shape up, Nick. But any surprises, I suppose, from the first day's plays for you?
I mean, honestly, we had a couple of one-sided matches. For example, the Fearx versus RRX matchup that happened was a 7-1 victory. Fearx looking very strong. That is, of course, this like kind of newfound roster, the new BAK Fearx super team. So you would expect them to do well, but they had a very decisive victory. Other than that, Team Trippy main Telecom also finding success very early on was very nice to see. But I wouldn't say there's any like surprising upsets. The games were close. They went close. Kinotrope versus Scars 7-5, CHG versus D+, also 7-5. So far, we are following the script to a T.
Yeah, I think I would largely agree in terms of where the names are sort of aligned right now. It's not anything too unsurprising, but a lot can change over the course of a stage. Of course, in that first play day, we didn't have any overtimes either, and that's been a bit of a trend in some of the APL that I've covered so far in terms of the matches themselves not being particularly close, but they have had some highlight moments, and we actually did have a pretty big ace in that first play day. Nick, if you want to talk us through this one, Gatorada popping off against Stars.
Oh, absolutely. This is a case of Kinotrope needing a hero in the most dire moment, right? They're 6-5 on match point, but having a hard time. Scars, you know, mounting that comeback, and we're thinking this round's gonna be cooked, it's gonna be over, but then Gatorada just sprints to the building, finds the entry, the kills in the chaos, and of course the very final kill there in the end onto a 1 HP Asami. And the story for James and I during that Kinotrope Scars game was, oh my god, Kinotrope was so much better. Scars had some slow, some messy attacking sides, but then, you know, the classic side swap, you know, Scars go to defense, they start winning every single round, and then they needed a hero. That was Gatorada.
Now, we have a bit of an interesting segment actually to open up this second play day. We're going to be looking at some interview content in regards to CAG specifically and sort of how they've been shaping up, Nick, and we'll kind of give our thoughts. We'll let the first clip roll out. There's a few highlights from that previous play day.
I would really love to see teams start investing in coaches, and especially mental coaches, because I think APAC teams have a huge mentality problem of like anxious games, and I really think they need like to culturally change that. And also, but the gameplay side, they need a coach. But guys, 3P is an orgless team and they got a sponsor. Like, this region has so much to offer. Like, the culture around the esports is... When have you ever seen an orgless team with a sponsor? Like, this is crazy, guys. We need to invest more into the right things, though. You know, because I'm really, like, when I saw this, I was like, wait, what? Like, crazy. But yeah, us and D+ and everyone else below.
Nick, thoughts on that?
It's like, that's actually crazy. and he's not wrong, right? But also to his first point, you know, we all know APL or APAC players, they have great aim, they have imported coaches for strategy, but yet there's still a bit of a skill gap from other regions. So I do think that Sparky's right here saying probably a cultural issue, right? Probably differences in the player mentality that is making that big difference from us to the other regions.
Yeah, absolutely. The result as well at SLC was pretty intriguing. Let's get his thoughts on how that played out.
I know people talked about the fact that I walked out on them and stuff, you know, but actually this was completely planned, because it was like, okay guys, I didn't know about these issues and I told you how we should behave and you didn't, so this stops right now. If you like, I wanted to give a visual representation of what happens. You want to win, you got to follow my lead. It's my way or the highway or losing or whatever else it is. So I sent them a message, they fully respected it, and we tackled the issues that we have on LAN that I didn't know about, which are mainly mentality issues. Not going to go into detail. But we've tackled those issues, and the next LAN event is going to really give me a chance to like solidify those concepts into their minds, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the optics of the clip, Nick, were maybe not the best, but what was your read on that situation and how that sort of played out?
It's controversial, right? And I think it comes down to what kind of person you are. I like a more hands-on approach, because if you want to make significant change, you have to make a significant moment happen. And I think him putting his foot down saying, it's gonna be my way, we're gonna try it. You've been failing for long enough, now let's try it my way. I personally am an enjoyer of this, but also worked with Fabian for so many years. Maybe I'm just like scarred, that's the only way to do it. But I like it.
Sparky also had some comments on what their plans are for future events, so let's have a listen into that as well.
Basically, what's gonna change is the way the guys approach games, especially the expectation vs reality thing, where like playing in this region is, if you're a very good team, you like think you're on top of the world until you realize you're not. Because like you win, like we have one chance to qualify. You know, there's one spot. So if we win, I know we're the best in the region. And the culture in APAC is very much like, especially in Japan and Korea, it's like, oh, if we win Japan, we're the best in the world, because they see it that way, you know. And so I'm trying to change that. I'm trying to change the expectation vs reality. And then I'm trying to change the way they approach the games. Everyone needs to be on the same page, you know, about the mentality we have towards the game. But that's changing. That's completely changing. And I think that's going to fix the majority of the issues we have. So, yeah.
Any surprises there, Nick, in terms of the sort of APL approach to the game, I suppose?
No, there's a bit of national pride, I think. You know, you play in APAC North, you have teams from, you know, Korea, Japan, etc. And if you win APAC North, you're the best of your region, you're the best in the world, you're feeling on top of it. You go to SI or an international major, and it's like, you get first rounded every single time. So I do think you gotta keep your humbleness in check and figure out that winning in APL is like the stepping stone to being the worst team internationally until you prove otherwise. We've had, you know, the Theorix success for a short moment, the D+ back in the day with the Korean roster, and they've, you know, what's called Noah Rengu with Waka, for example, right? They've proven that they could become so much more, but for a lot of APL teams, they make it internationally and they go straight back home.
Well, unfortunately for this region, only one team will make it through to EWC. Play Day 2 is on the other side of this scheduled graphic. Let's have a look at what the games will be for tonight. I won't run through them all, Nick. You can see them on screen now, but is there maybe one or two games in particular that catches your eye as maybe being a little more exciting than the others?
Honestly, it's going to be the later half. Kinotrope versus BNK Theorix is going to be an exciting one for me. Kinotrope obviously beating Scars yesterday, sets them up nicely to get a stronger and stronger opponent. Theorix, they're going to be that stronger opponent because they had a 7-1 victory over RRX in yesterday's matchup. And then to round off the day, we have D+ Kia, who just suffered a loss to CAG in a close fashion, 5-7, whereas Trippy, they won 7-3. So it feels very evenly matched to the later matches. For the earlier ones, it's a team that got destroyed versus a team that had a close loss. So I'm a little bit worried about the first two matches here.
They didn't have the best start yesterday, but Can You Be My Enemy may be able to start a salvage attempt here in Stage 2. As mentioned, that result yesterday, not great. 3-7 against Trippy, a result where I probably, at least on paper going in, expected it to be somewhat close. Nick, what went wrong for them yesterday? How can they try and improve today?
Yeah, so the simple thing here is they went onto Fortress, they started on defense for Can You Be My Enemy. They got a singular round on defense, which just simply isn't enough, and they were looking like they didn't have the communication or the synergies or any sort of teamwork really happening in the server. And I was thinking they're gonna go down, you know, 7-0 or 7-1, that'll be it. but they actually had 2, almost 3 successful attacker rounds where they ended up looking a lot stronger, where they had good quick punches, they had the coordination, and they played all the power operators successfully with good strategy. So I don't know if Can You Be My Enemy has an issue on just one side of the coin, but if they can make their defenses today as good as yesterday's attacks, then it will become a much closer series.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think one defensive round on Fortress for them would have been particularly disappointing at halftime, especially given it is Fortress and it's in the pool. Traditionally, will be more defender leaning, at least early on. So hopefully that's a one-off. Maybe we see Fortress going forward over the course of the stage as they try and refine, or perhaps they will try and, I suppose, mix up their map pool as well. I think we've seen so far, Nick, at least in APL, teams have been a little more open in terms of the maps that they are willing to play.
Yeah, I would say so as well. I was expecting a lot of like Clubhouse, Chalet kind of going into this one, but we've seen a lot of Lair, a lot of Fortress, and teams being able to just play something out of the usual. But of course, Can You Be My Enemy also has an opponent today. They're going up against Scars, a team who just barely lost yesterday, so they're going to be fired up, looking to get a victory. Of course, there's one big Pokemon here, Mr. Guz. Rek and Nina back together on Scars again after they went their separate ways, and I really enjoy this from a historical standpoint because this duo has been so lethal in the past.
Oh, absolutely. I think the historical precedence of these two in terms of impact they can have inside of the server and the numbers sort of reflective of that is really, really impressive. As he did also mention, though, unfortunately, yesterday didn't quite go their way. It was a very, very close loss, 7-5. It's always disappointing to walk away from that scoreline with nothing to show for it. It's always indicative in a best of one that it was an incredibly close and competitive matchup. I think, though, again, in a similar vein to their opposition, their first half didn't go their way. Only the one attacking round on Lair, and as you would know, Nick, it just gives you zero room for error in the second half.
Yeah, so we actually had an interview with Okamish, the coach of Kinotrope, after this Scars Kinotrope matchup, and I asked him, so in today's matchup, you guys were both struggling on the attacking side, and so did other teams from Japan. What is your vision, Okamish? Why is this happening? And he said that his experience in scrims, so in practices during the off-season, a lot of the time the enemy will just like spawn peek you and the round is over, or they rush and the round is over, and you don't really get to practice your attacks fully, or even your defenses. So he said that going into stage 1, he was a bit worried about a lot of different teams' attacking style because of poor scrim results. And that comes down again to the cultural, the mental aspect maybe of the entire region, and taking practice a bit more serious, because if you're rushing every single round or spawn peeking every single round, you're not playing out a realistic scenario and therefore not getting good enough practice for game day.
Yeah, absolutely, totally agree. I guess we'll start shifting the discussion towards the map veto then. Yesterday we saw the double Lair to complete the day, Chalet Fortress before that.
Yeah.
Is there any insight as to what these two teams may prefer, or just sort of a general vibe as to the style of map that they may like?
I'm very curious about Can You Be My Enemy and their map pool. I don't know how many maps they've picked up under their belt, but if I'm Scars, I would love to go to a map like Bank. Very open, they can play the whole dynamic of all the 3 floors, go for quick entries, and the map video is ready, so we're gonna start seeing where we're gonna be headed. Is Bank gonna be left up open? It is actually one of the 2 maps. It's Clubhouse or
that's
Bank.
why you're the GOAT. You're the GOAT, Nick.
It will be Bank. There it is. All right, so I said I want Scars to go here. This is very dangerous territory for Can You Be My Enemy, because historically this is like Scars' map, and Can You Be My Enemy, they have not shown us they have all the right checkboxes ticked to be able to challenge them here. So this could just be a map veto diff where Scars have outbeaten their opponent in the, you know, just thinking ahead, or Can You Be My Enemy has something up their sleeve we've not yet seen.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm really intrigued to see just how much attacking ends up being the big differentiator here on Bank, especially with the scale and the structure that's kind of required. I think of it akin to Clubhouse in the sense that if your fundamentals aren't in check, you get exposed pretty quickly, and Scars are an incredibly talented team that will be able to exploit that. So I think it's going to be a very, very rough start here for Can You Be My Enemy. Scars should be on the comfortable side, should be feeling good heading into the server as we load up for map number 1 of the night. Can Scars get this one done cleanly, or is there maybe something a little more in this matchup?
Now, of course, starting side, if you pick a map, you're going to choose the starting position. And given how yesterday's matches went, you know, you really want to start seeing yourself pick up a lot of rounds on both sides here. Scars cannot go into this having strong defenses but weak attacks, and likewise for Can You Be My Enemy. For operator bans, I'm not too sure what Scars are going to target on the attacking side. If it's going to be utility operators like the Capital Grim or the Ying, if it's going to be roam clear like the Demo Solid Snake or Dogby, for example, or in this case, ranged hard destruction, maybe even doubling down for an Ace in Ibana to make that top 4 CEO hold a little bit more lucrative.
Yeah, could certainly make it more challenging. We'll see what bases end up being covered, and you are correct. So double ranged hard breach will be unavailable. Interestingly, we will actually see basement selected first, even despite that, plus the Kaid ban, but I guess naturally you're going to be defending either anyway, so it's just a matter of preference. Excited to jump in, though, to this one. I feel like there's a little bit of pressure on Can You Be My Enemy to show something here, but I think in terms of an end result, going as far as to say that they could potentially win the map, it's probably an outside chance. I think it's very fair to pitch it in that manner.
I mean, you have to be realistic, and you compare the roster's experience and the expectations and the skill level that we've seen from them so far, and it should be a Scars win. The only thing that kind of changed the conversation here, and maybe some of people's expectations, is that Scars did not look super comfortable in yesterday's game against Kinotrope, at least on the attacking side. And if Can You Be My Enemy has a stellar game today, and they themselves don't have any huge issues in the server, that can totally change the conversation. But they have to show us that in the server first before we can kind of bring that into the talking point. For now, we're gonna tag a repick through a couple of shield operators, the Muncie into the Blitz, the paired with the Finger. They want to go for a potential very, very quick kind of roam clear, get in the faces of Scars. Yet they're also doubling down here on the Nuke, saying, while we're gonna do a play up top going for roam, Nuke can sneak in Garage or kind of hide from those Val camps somewhere else.
Yeah, pretty classic threat. He can look for the, I guess it's not quite a backstab, but a side stab late in the round, depending on how Scars look to structure. They themselves with just the one player basement and the one lurker top floor. That's Nina, who had some mute jammers placed to protect himself. A BME maybe considering a back hit here at the moment, given the lobby stack. That is also a potential.
Very curious though. Nina surely hears the blitz inside of lobby, right? Has a C4 in pocket, ripped now, might get tossed on out, doesn't, or actually no, does find one. Takes on the Finger. No more boost in there into Gobley's blitz. Meanwhile, the Nuke also actually exposed to the BP camera being heard out. As well finds the one low, trading back to even numbers in a 4v4.
Yeah, somewhat even trade. Losing the Finker though, especially with shield up, can sometimes hurt a little bit. And presumably utility replaced by the Ella. Rack falls elsewhere though.
Reloading.
So it's advantage BME, and they still have that Nuke lurk threat in Garage.
Just gotta keep the Nuke alive, so if you start overswinging now and dying, then it's back to even numbers. You need a ton of pressure, because right now he can cut the bomb set in half. So get Gobley in the action, start chasing down that Valkyrie instead.
Yeah, under the pump and pinched. Really good work here for BME, making a statement in the early round. Really love that approach. It was so simple. Nook lurk plus lobby crunch, and ultimately the defense not really being able to reset themselves in powerful enough positions defensively.
Also a little bit different approach there from Scars, right? They have one sole roamer top floor, one of course on the lobby, only one player by the bomb side. I did feel like from the top-down perspective, there were a fair bit of gaps there that could be utilized by Can You Be My Enemy. And thankfully, that C4 didn't clear out the blitz, it only took down the Finger, so that the roam clear was still very much alive. Had Gobi gone down, they couldn't just storm through the building. But I guess the real hero was Kuromomo on the Nuke, finding 3 kills from a Garrett's position, despite the blue move camera actually kind of spotting out his positioning. At least it seemed like it from our point of view. Regardless, a successful first round, big cause of celebration, because I'm sure they're sitting there with a lot of nerves in their stomach thinking, oh no, we're up against Scars, we had a bad game yesterday. But then when you win that first one and you get a kill individually, it's like, oh my god, yes, we can do it. It's actually winnable.
Yeah, totally agree. And it may only be the one round, but again, when you look at sort of the numbers for these two teams and contextualize it a little bit, there is a possibility that every single attacking round win is worth its weight in gold. It could be a big difference maker in this matchup if Scars have teething issues of their own as well. So, couldn't have asked for a much better start. Scars will return serve by selecting the top floor for round 2, and as noted before, with no ranged hard breach, it's going to force probably a more direct approach here with the sense on site.
Yeah. Very important thing to look out for, generally speaking, here on Bank for any bomb site is what is going to be the win condition operator. You know, when you attack basement, if we see an Osa or a shield, then go for a zero direct attack and go for a plant. If we're seeing them go for like the Ying Capital Grim, going to try and go for chaos around the bomb site and trying to thrive in that chaos. Right now it's the Sense and the Osa. So this should be a very simple round in terms of what the goals are. Going to breach. Okay, I got scared for a second. Nate comes out. They're going to want to breach the walls, set up for a plan with the Osa shield, and then make the play from there on out. But look at this. The Clash shield position down. Rek has a 50-50 gunfight here, taking down the Thermite, changing the entire conversation, because without a breacher, this attack will not work. But he's not going to take that risk. A second Nate comes out. He's going to juke that first. Being stalled out right now by the 2 Brow Freeze.
And they've still got 2 more frag grenades available on the Lion as well, so Rek just needs to balance his util correctly, not stray too far from the shield. It's an awkward standoff as Goppy continues to hold the line. Wall stalled out by the Zodo canister of the 2 Barao, but eventually now open, so exposed from 2 angles. The BME now try and use that as the trigger in towards sight. The Sense is deployed. The plant is attempted. Can Washoy find the angle? Not quite, but the Nitro will land. The angle here for Marimo is not great. Of course, obscured by the smoke, and now the push has been officially stalled out.
They have a second attempt though, still 1 Osa shield in pocket. If they can rotate over Marimo, he can actually replace Goppy's position and become the planter himself. The issue is he's currently the one watching the flank and kind of keeping the Clash in check, and nobody's really stopping. Rekken's just walking on up, putting down that shield and stopping the entire push. Meanwhile, Koromomo the Lion has rotated towards Loppy. They're gonna go into the skylights of the roof as well. I think they're trying to change the entire push, but mind you, the diffuser is in the bomb site. It was C4'd onto Goppy. So if they want to attack Loppy's side, it's gonna be without the case.
Yeah, forced to pivot, but a gamble at this point of the round. A 2 versus 4 make it 1 now standing. Washoy farms at the conclusion of the round, and Scars do a much better job there of shutting down the wind conditions available to the attack.
This is why, ladies and gents, you need a strong plan A, which we saw there from Can You Be My Enemy. If everything goes according to plan, they were going to have a solid attempt of a round. But the second a C4 gets tossed on out, or you get shot through a smoke, or a gunfight goes the wrong way, you need a good plan B. And I feel like they were just kind of looking at the round thinking, Scars will peek us, we'll get a kill on the repels, and we'll somehow win the round. But the whole somehow, I'm not a big fan of. I would have loved to see maybe Marimo, like I said, use the second Osa shield, walk on up, or repel back in the window, and try and go for a second plant. Because, yeah, there was 1 more C4 in pocket of the defense, but still, it's something, and you're trying to force a play where Scars have to react. Instead, bit of a stalemate. BME aren't doing anything, therefore Scars aren't doing anything, and then BME realized, well, now we got 30 seconds, now we have to do something, but there's less time, less resources, less confidence to do so, and they get destroyed at the end of the round.
Jammer ready to activate.
So back down to basement we go for the 3rd round. Scars really attempting this particular objective. Perhaps you're just joining a little late here into the opening game of the day. BME won out that first attack on basement with a good lurk into lobby, then went for a direct hit. They also had the Nook over towards garage as well to help offer some pinch pressure. As evident though, their composition for round 3 looking quite different. In terms of the defensive lineup and structure, it has many similarities to that first round, Nick. Most notably, Nina top floor on the mute again.
Yeah, I guess the big difference is having more active information on the Echo instead this time from Fishlike. Last time it was the Valkyrie, static cameras being pre-positioned. Now you can move around the building, help the roamers, help the bomb side. And if you hear a Monty near you as a defender, you better start calling Fishlike, please help me, get a Yokai drone over here, stun, 3, 2, 1, I'll shoot at the same time, and try and take him down. Because Goppy is going to be the key operator. Yellow ping though, instead of the impact grenade paired together, works beautifully. And it's actually Fishlike on the Echo telling his other teammate, hey, watch the camera for me, and give me a yellow ping so I can get the kill. So Echo getting active, Nina as well taking down as well. And Goppy checking top floor with the Monty, not been successful because he missed the player inside of Janitors.
Yeah, pretty cheeky role reversal there. It's rather uncommon to see the Echo find the opening kill in a round. Nina as Merimo just strolls into open area, head taken clean off. And in stark contrast to the opening round here, BME really struggling on the basement reattempts. It's just 2 members remaining, the Monty and the Grim. And Scars have looked a little more awake on this reattempt of the basement side.
Yeah, a lot more ready, that's for damn sure. And I hate to be the guy saying the round is over, but like statistically speaking, there is no way to win this round. You have all the planted out in the world. You know, spare Illamine, 3 toxic babes, 3 yokai drones with a Monty and a half health Grim. And there's the swing. The yokai stun with the shotgun swing, clean kill, leaving now just the Grim on about 20 or 30 HP in a 1v5 with a ton of time to work with, but no help, little util, no drones.
Yeah, it's a stat pad from here. Positive signs for Scars as they complete the flawless round. The reattempt of basement, clearly a success. And as you were saying, they just looked far more active, far more ready in that round. Took a little more risk. And when you're a team as mechanically talented as Scars, I think that taking a risk like that every now and again is probably the more calculated play. And try and force BME back into their box a little bit where they may lose some confidence.
Finny ban the Echo, let's see. Ooh. Okay, it's gonna be the Clash instead. I was thinking after a round like that, you might just feel like from recency bias that the Echo is like the biggest problem of all. And of course, with Goppy playing these shields very commonly, I thought maybe they're gonna go for a bit of a niche ban there. But instead, Clash and the reword Dokkaebi. Dokkaebi getting banned away despite seeing 0 present. Oh, I guess
just
okay, technically played that round, but yeah, died immediately off the rip. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Technically present, technically not.
Yeah, not sure if a call was actually, or a payload was delivered in that particular round.
I don't think so.
So back to top floor then.
How do you, so how do you feel about Dokkaebi yourself, actually? Because I haven't gotten your take on it. As a color commentator yourself, how do you feel about the reword?
I think it's in a strange spot at the moment where at least my expectation was a higher presence both in ban and pick rate and even win rate by extension. And sure, it can certainly serve a very specific purpose in some circumstances, be very, very oppressive. It probably hasn't been the jack of all trades maybe that many expected. So it's going to be interesting to see how she shapes up going forward. Of course, Ubisoft did release an official statement a few days ago, I believe it was now.
Yeah.
In terms of her adjustments going forward and what that could potentially look like. We're not quite sure as of yet, but yeah, an intriguing ban considering it was just the 1 round selected and no impact in that specific round.
So would you say, just kind of to finish off the point here, Ubisoft has said they're looking into it. Do you think we should play out EWC, aka a major, and then change the Dokkaebi rework? Or do you feel like it should be happening beforehand? Obviously, this isn't like Lion on release, kind of insanely giga OP broken. But still, like, what's the right timing for changing it, if you were to?
Oh, hold that thought for a moment as Rex going nuclear over towards stock, but traded. So things will stabilize in a 4 versus 4. Tough question. I don't know when the right time to change her is. Is there enough data? Is there enough playtime as of yet? I guess time will tell. Goppy in the meantime taking presence over towards stock on the black bit. Plenty of time remaining in the round here for BME.
Oh, tons. I think 1 front trade is quite alright. Reg, of course, being the Thorn does mean passive util still left on the ground itself. We just saw 2 Razor Blooms just popping inside a stock room. Nina, though, she's gonna keep up the killing. Win the rappel, and of course, in the hallway, Fish-like answers in the same fashion, leaving just now Zakingo on the Lion, left alive. Good luck, have fun. He's gonna have no fun, and there's no good luck for him. Another basically flawless round for Scars. They are lashing out, they're getting the first kill, and they're keeping up the pressure from that moment forward.
Yeah, it seems like they've held a bit of a grudge after the first round, disappointed with how that transpired, and from that point onwards, they have locked in. BME sensing some pressure and a threat here, wanting to try and mount at least 1 more round in the half. They called their tactical timeout, and I wonder what the messaging will be over this 60-second break.
Yeah, I'm curious too. I feel like, you know, the Monty has been a pretty stable pick for them to get initial control, but it does feel a little bit like to me that can you be my enemy or you're just not really in sync. When we saw the Monty on the base and roam clear 2 rounds ago, people are dying all around the Monty, almost like they're going in front of the shield or not being patient enough at him clearing the rooms first. Of course, you can also say lack of droning. On that previous round, we're seeing a Blackbeard which goes solo in the building, takes an individual 50-50 gunfight and just loses it. So I do want to see a bit more of team coordination here from Can You Be My Enemy, and just getting 2 guns against 1, supporting each other a bit more, because trying to battle against Scars individually, that is usually how teams lose to these guys. They are so strong when it comes to the individual fighting, and so we're seeing Nina, you know, sitting on 8-1 scoreline at the minute. He's just winning every single fight.
Tactical timeout then will conclude. And we return to the top floor. It was the side of action back in the second round where Scars were able to find their first win of the map. And we cast our minds back to that round. A large portion of it was centered around Rek. He played the Clash over towards Stock Hall, that Jan Hall position. Made life difficult top square. Was banned out at the conclusion of the third round, and so we'll see how Scars defensively look to adjust.
I don't know about the double shield here. Like, top floor is no easy bombs to attack as a shield operator. Usually, it's going to be a Monty, if any, because you're very safe from all the long angles, the crossfires, etc. And the problem with having 2 shields is that you're going to be very, very strong for about 5 seconds of time. You know, the perfect moment in that push when you go for the attack. But before that push happens and after the push happens, it's again crossfires, long range of motion, or long range of gunfights, and of course maybe some C4s. Only 1 in pocket right now for Nina's Warden. So many chaos and thriving in it. Since Walt goes out, here comes that push. They're good for 5 seconds.
Oh, it's Goppy though, straight into the Warden, and it's a team kill from behind.
And it's gone.
As they all line up, and Scars, the OMG in the chat, rightly so. They have completely mowed down that attack.
Again, there's a 5-second moment where you can win or lose the round where the shields are the strongest. That is right by that janitor's door. The issue is it's a blitz pushing a Warden, plus the blitz got team killed by the Finger right behind him, so you didn't even get your 5 seconds of glory. I do respect the fact that going for a rush is going to be a quick win or a quick loss, but like I said, statistically on paper, you maybe win that round 30% of the time, and that is with everything going right. To double down on it, I would have loved to see like a Capita maybe on the CEO window repels. That way you can kind of toss in some fire arrows towards janitors and just pressure that Warden a bit more. Because the Blitz Flash, not going to do anything. Throwing a Flash, not going to do anything either. So you're left with grenades or Capita Fire or maybe a Grim canister to get a red ping going, just to make the player feel pressured. Because just taking a 1 versus 1 gunfight, like I said before, Scars thrive in it. So you need to weaken them somehow. And Scars have banned the Dokkaebi, which is one of those few ways you can do so.
It feels like the match is starting to spiral out of control a little bit here for BME. And I do wonder if that last round was them laying all the chips on the table. That could have been the set play that they were discussing during the break, and it evidently hasn't paid off. And they're now in a tricky position where this round feels absolutely critical for their campaign here on Bank.
Oh, wait. Wait, did he double click the Sophia on the softball, or what happened? They're still gonna go for it though.
Oh!
They're all dead!
Okay, round over. Rack lines up all 3 over towards open area. And the spiral continues downwards here for BME.
Disaster in the server.
This could be an ace.
Rack has just stopped the entire push single-handedly. He's gonna look for it. Has the perfect read, just has to win 1 more gunfight. Yogaston is there to help him. And it's gonna be, unsuccessful. Just 1 more bullet. Unlucky for Rek. What a hero moment that would have been. But still, he has already won the round for his team. He just will not get the ace.
You can see the devastation on the player cam there for Rek, who did so much in that round. It's Yuka's to complete the job for Scars. They're up 5-1 at the halftime break. So it's 5-1, the scoreline in favor of Scars, eager to get their first point and hopefully points here in stage 1 of APAC North 2026. Off to a pretty good start, Nick. Just the one blemish in the opening round, but from that point onwards, they have been nothing short of dominant.
Oh, they've been phenomenal. The big question mark when this game started was how good can Scars be on their attack inside, because that's where they fell short in yesterday's matchup when they were playing Lair. They were just simply slow, which is so unusual for Scars to be. They were still playing the shields, they were still playing power operators, they were still doing the right things in the server. They were just doing those right things at an incredibly slow rate. We're talking losing 3 rounds, the timer hitting 0. Something I've never seen before from this roster. But now they're on bank. Very comfortable territory. Historically, a strong map for them. And the results have showed that here as well. 5-1 up in the final round of defense. Rake almost had a 1v5 clutch roaming in open area. Really wanted that ace, like you see here from his reaction, but it was only a 4k to B. Beanie will start downstairs in the basement, and they are playing Oryx of all operators to start off their half here. Interesting. With Muncie banned as well.
Yeah. He must know something that we don't. Although, to be fair, at least the Blackbeard initially selected here by Scars. But then it will be repicked. So the Oryx will unfortunately have little impact. At least as a direct counter to shields, there is still the flexibility to roam pretty aggressively. And that may be something that BME look to leverage in the round.
I was looking out for Nina here. He was playing Nuke Shotgun yesterday on Lair, and he was actually trying to roleplay as the Sledge or the Bok. He was using the shotgun vertically on the basement attack of Lair to get some damage done. He ended up finding a kill himself. It's gonna be the FMG for this one, so not as good of a shotgun map here in Bank, of course. Very long lines of sight, but could be completely free server take. Which, if you get this solo with one singular attacker, that is insane value to be gained. Now, there is a bit of a risk here. You're up 5-1. You could just walk into side.
There was a yokai drone, but there was a yokai drone, but he's been able to circumnavigate that, so that may actually bolster this position as Scars will
watching it.
Push forward, Nina. Well, he gives away his position. Unfortunately, does not net a pick. There is that yokai camera that, unfortunately, for BME wouldn't have spotted him out. Gave them a false sense of security, but still had the presence of mind to be holding the angle in towards server and dirt. So not quite caught out by the lurk play.
Good catch from the yokai. I missed that myself, and a little bit surprised that Asvel is actively holding the angle when Echo is literally on the camera, but thankfully for him it saves the round. Except Nina has walked into the side again, past the yokai, past the Goify that was popped earlier. And he should be good to find at least one kill here.
Oh, there's one. Catches the Oryx as he drops down from open area, pushes forward onto Goppy. And it quickly transforms into a 2 versus 4. Marimo also caught looking the wrong way. It's a triple for Nina, who times his push to perfection. Core Marimo, the 1v4, drops down, farms 1. And with the kit secured, this round is essentially over. And it's Nina to seal the deal. Scars on match point, and they get their first point towards the standings.
Speaking of Nina and Reg back as a duo, in the last 2 rounds, they have both dropped a 4k and individually gotten them around on the board. Not that they needed them to be the heroes of those rounds, because not that they were clutching from like a bad position. No, they just start off the round so effectively that it's almost impossible to now lose it. Kind of absurd to see Nina walk back into the bomb site after being found out by Asvel and the Goyu earlier on, but it absolutely worked. The timing of the Oryx dropping down the hatch as Nina walks in is also just beautiful to witness. The timing was perfect. Look at this. This drops down. Freebie. No Echoes in Garage. Also a freebie. His teammates fighting Marimo and Yasami. Also a third freebie for him.
Yeah, Nina just doing a good job to find that that window to re-aggress. The initial push
Yeah.
ultimately wasn't all it was cracked up to be, but then he found that next opportunity to strike, and he made that count by landing those shots and putting himself in a really, really good position. Now, one away from securing the map, as mentioned. They've already secured that first point towards the standings to help make up for what was a disappointing loss yesterday against Kinotrope. A very, very close 5-7 loss. More than making up for it here, though, against BME. It's weird. It feels like this has been a bit of a speed run, especially given that first round. It was the classic bait where it looked like this was going to be an interesting game, and Scars have just... they found a whole nother gear for the remainder of the match.
Sometimes an early loss in a stage is actually the best thing that can happen to you. A bit of an ego check or a wake-up call, depending on how you look at it. I think both Scars and D+ are very unhappy with yesterday's results. While they were close games, they still both lost 5-7. And it's the way in which Scars lost in particular that I think bothered them. Only winning a singular attack round, not having the confidence to go for the fights. It's a whole new look here today. The players eager to get into a fight as quickly as possible and much more fitting their playstyle, and the results also reflecting that. Here they look though, 6 seconds in, and once again, they find WMP just storming in the building. Reg and 2 of the teammates working together.
Oh, well, Rek's not going to stop there. He jumps over the flames, but he gets caught. And in the same breath, Yusuke also falls as well, so advantage defense as BME put up a final stand here on this match point round. Aramomo, though, taken off the board, so a 3-3. Lots of time for Scars to reformulate this attack.
Swapping mags.
Still very vulnerable. Thankfully, got one more line scanner in pocket. Of course, fish like on the blitz who can get the entry happening. As well as Romeo Scopos, and this is going to be a tough spot to be in. Has a spare impact, can flank the hatches, can flank the top of heaven or skylight here, or can TV back towards the bomb site safely onto his clone, the shell. We see the outline. It's safely in the corner of open area, but he has to make the right call. If the blitz starts rushing that bomb site, it's too late to TP back in.
Swapping mags.
You could just smoke plant, maybe?
Yeah. They have 3 smokes available and a final lion scan. As the ping goes out, likely to indicate where the plant will be secured or at least attempted. The flames are deployed and they do land in time, and it's not secured just. Of course, would have been tricky in the post regardless. Washoy now 3 members to find, 30 seconds on the clock. Caught from above, and they stay alive a little while longer.
Gotta say, genius there from Goppy how he managed to use the Tasanka gadget, because they didn't know where the plant was going down. So instead of spamming one location and being just like desperately guessing the correct area, he was just making a line from the right to the left, 1 fire there, 1 fire here, hoping that one of them will land, and it did. It burned down the blitz incredibly quickly, shut down the plant with about a second left on the timer, and it saves the round. Because even if blitz were to die after planting, that 1v3 post is quite strong for the Lion. You can play it from far away, you got the DMR, you can play server stairs. So many ways to win that. But Can You Be My Enemy will get a second round. Looking to get, of course, one, as much practice as possible, going as far into this game as they can, but also try and make that comeback happen. It is side swap. They could just have a much stronger side on defense than their attacks.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
That didn't sound good.
I think we lost a spectator. That's okay. At least it wasn't a player. Yeah, here's that Tachanka lineup you were discussing, Nick, and just dispersing that utility in such a way that it left very little in the way of plantable area there for the attack. Ultimately, it worked. So we go 1 round longer at least. Basement for the 9th. And the Clash, which was banned previously back in the first half, we'll see play here in the second alongside double plant denial as well. So it seems like BME are going to look to bunker down here as much as they can.
To be honest, bunkering down might not be a bad shot against Scars. They've been playing for the roam clear, for the entry frags, and for map control. If you just bunker down very heavily and effectively, they're not going to have a ton of utility for you. I mean, look at this lineup. Blackbeard and the Solid Snake, while they're great at getting kills, not great at establishing a plant necessarily. Brava too. Yeah, you can hack gadgets and cameras, but what is there to counter right now? Jaeger ADS is deep in the bomb site, unlikely. Then it's going to be Fenrir Mines deep in the bomb site too. Maybe you can hack those, but when you're bunkering down, that's not going to be the biggest of problems. You're going to have plenty of guns watching those entry points. So I think strategically, could be very good for BME. If they can manage to fall back from the small room upstairs inside the elevator. But we see the silhouette right there. Aswell has dropped down, whoever was playing inside of there. They're now back in the basement. I mean, just Marima with 3 ADSs on server stairs, who will maybe fall back. Not sure about it just yet. But BME are playing this very cautiously, and I like that.
Yeah, we don't frequently see defenders hold blue stairs as maybe we have in the past, but with the triple ADS investment, it's probably unwise to rotate off too early, otherwise the Jaeger is essentially unimpactful in the round. In the meantime, Scars will continue to posture, continue to work hard breach here and set themselves up for the execute. Lots of time and still plenty of resources available to the attack. Of course, the Thatcher in play makes me a little nervous for this blue stairs hold. All it takes is one shot from the launcher from Nina, and that could unravel pretty quickly and put a lot of pressure here onto Marimo.
I am curious though if Scott's gonna go for a 5-man attack in different area approach and trying to maybe force server and go for a default plan, because both options are very much available to them. Marimo has to make a choice right now. Sprint back towards the side and hope he doesn't get caught, or stick around and try and see what happens next. But we know Blackbeard's waiting for him. Thatch with the EMP cannon. And they also have Ibana was short with flashbangs in pockets. So, I mean, Marimo should be as good as dead. It's only a matter of when. And can he get a trade 1-for-1?
Can he take one with him? Flashes land, smoke to cover. Tucked in the corner, and a good read from Washoy. Wreck in the meantime found a kill elsewhere. And so advantage Scars. A 5 versus 3. 35 seconds on the clock.
Just can't go for default plant now because they get that Tashanka locking it down. You don't want to hope that he makes a mistake and misses it, but rather you plant in the right position. But it might not matter. They're getting all the kills once again, guys. Only one left standing. Tashanka himself gets shot down as well by Washoy. The push is successful. The aggression, the confidence. Safe to say, Scars are back.
Wow. A flawless round to conclude proceedings, and Scars make a statement after an unfortunate loss yesterday. Got off to a bit of a rocky start, I suppose you could say, here on Bank, but they corrected course very, very quickly. And some of those key gunners that we highlighted in the pre-show were firing. Scars looking pretty threatening in the early phase of this stage.
It's gotta feel good. This open area attack, when I saw them just keep sprinting forward towards the bomb set, I was thinking, guys, you're feeling it too much. You're thinking it's too easy. That's not gonna work. And thankfully for Can You Be My Enemy, they did actually punish them in the very opening round with a beautiful attack, and then of course near the end with the open area defense. So while Can You Be My Enemy has 2 losses, they have these moments, they have these small rounds where things are looking solid. It's just about the consistency now and getting it across the board and winning more than 2 or 3 rounds.
Yeah, you've taken the words directly out of my mouth. I guess it's the color brain in me thinking the same thing. It's all about consistency from this point onwards for Scars, right? And that's kind of been an overarching talking point for them for quite some time. Yeah, Nina, a 15 bomb on the map. And there were certainly moments, like, let's not get it twisted, of individual brilliance over the course of this map with some highlight plays and some clips being hit. But I will say, in terms of their general team structure, last round, a really good example of that, actually, with the blue stairs clear. That was actually quite good, rather in sync. They looked like they were sort of on the same page at all times. And even if, again, it was one individual making a play, everybody else was active elsewhere, not baiting, etc. It was some good siege overall.
Yeah, it was. And Scars have always been a team where there has to be a bit of that individual playstyle happening. CAT for the longest time was the same kind of story where Anakin will go crazy and Monty, drop shopping, hip firing. If he doesn't make the play, nobody else will. And while CAT have changed the playstyle a ton over the last year and a half, especially with DD joining as a player now, I don't think Scars need to change much. I think they really thrive in this kind of meta, and I think having operators like your Dokkaebi, your Deimos, your Solid Snake, the shield rework, they're gonna have a great time going forward if they can keep up this kind of confidence in the server.
Again, we must have the same brain connected. I was thinking as well about the Dokkaebi and the information gathering. We didn't really actually see a ton of the Dokkaebi. In fact, we didn't see it at all from Scars in that second half. Did that come as a surprise to you? I know they supplemented it with the lion and the snake, but Dokkaebi continues to be a big talking point. Is it somewhat surprising to not see it here on Bank?
I think, honestly, the map doesn't favor her as much as others. It's kind of hard to do anything with the Dokkaebi call sometimes. Say that you're an ATM, there's a roamer either top floor or first on archive sellers. You can call them with Dokkaebi, but you don't get any real information until you get much closer. So I think the very big openness of Bank makes it a bit more tricky, favoring your Deimos, your Shield, your Lion, your Solar Snake a bit more. There will be a map where Dokkaebi will get spammed every round from Scars in the future, I'm sure of it.
Well, as we get the interview loaded in and start preparing for that, I guess on the other side of the coin, Nick, for Can You Be My Enemy, what are the takeaways from today? There were certainly some small positive notes, but I think they were just kind of outclassed and outmuscled for a large portion of the map.
Yeah, my notes for yesterday are the same as today. It's a bit of everything. It's not that they're bad at the entry or the plant denial or the drone work. It's like they're just like a little bit weaker in every area, where they don't have one moment where they shine in particular. So back to the drawing board, keep working those fundamentals and just get better overall.
Well, the interview is now ready. Let's jump in and have a chat with Leo. Hello, Leo. Welcome.
Hello.
Congratulations
Hello.
on the win.
Thank you.
How are you feeling? That was a really, really good win. How was it?
We are very happy to the first win.
Great.
Yeah.
Good.
I guess my question will be, were you expecting this game to be so one-sided? I know round one, unfortunately, you lost, but from then, you guys were completely dominant. Did you expect it to be a pretty easy game?
Yes, but first round is not good with our communication and planning. So it is fixed to it. It's the need to fix it. Yeah.
Okay. So you speak about communication. What happened yesterday? Yesterday on Attack on Lair, Scars super slow. I was falling asleep. Slowest Scars ever. Scars today super fast, aggressive, looked a lot more like yourself. What happened from yesterday to today? What's the difference?
One thing is the mentality. I think yesterday is player is very nervous against Ken because the last game we lost them. But my opinion is the most important thing is planning. We already know their style, but we didn't change anything. So it's the most problem. Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Cool.
Confidence,
Leo,
yeah.
congratulations again on the win. This is your first opportunity, I suppose, with your first win to talk to the fans. What would you like to say to them?
Thank you for all the fans. So we should improve more communication on attack side or anything. So we aimed to EWC. So we practice more hard. So please cheer us. Thank you.
Okay. Leo, thank you so much for the interview,
so much,
and
Leo.
hopefully we get to talk soon. See you, mate.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Well, that was quite a wholesome
Nice.
chat, Nick, and some good insight there in terms of sort of what Scars have been working on and what we can expect from them going forward over the next few weeks.
Yeah. I think saying that they were nervous and a bit, I'm not sure if I want to say scared, but nervous against Kinotrope was actually very surprising for me to hear, because for me, looking at from the outside, Scars, they're the veteran team. Kinotrope should be scared, but it's the other way around. So Scars getting caught up in the mental game there also goes back to Sparky's interview saying about their mentality and the confidence of the players here in the region and how they approach things. They can kind of shut themselves out of a game before it even begins. Very much present in the interview for Leo, saying that, yeah, yesterday was a fluke because they were a bit nervous.
Absolutely. Well, that's one All Japan jewel down, Nick. We still have another on the other side, CAG RRX. Don't go too far.
그 샤일이 일단 성장 그 팀의 수준에 맞추는 게 제일 급선무였었고, 그때 이제 점차 몇 개월씩 하면서 이제 실력이 어느 정도 괜찮아졌고, 이제 팀과 잘 어우러지면서 로컬 대회 그 지역 리그는 다 이겼고, 인비테이셔널 딱 진출을 결정 지었을 때는 다들 엄청 좋아하긴 했는데 막 그렇게 놀라진 않았어요. 막 우연에 의해서 진출되거나 그런 게 아니었기 때문에 꽤 자신도 있는 상태였고, 그리고 인비테이셔널 가서도 이제 플레이오프까지 진출은 했었어가지고 다들 뭐 기뻐는 했는데 막 엄청 놀라진 않았다. 그런 것 같아. 인비테이셔널 그 파리에 도착해가지고 연습실에 가서 스크림을 하는데, 이제 보통 아시아 같은 경우에는 티어 2, 티어 3까지 가면 이제 너무 실력의 차이가 많이 나거나 크게 도움이 되지 않는 경우가 많은데, 일단 티어 2, 티어 3 스크림을 유럽에서 해봤는데 저희보다 잘하거나 너무 다들 잘하는 거예요. 그래가지고 일단 그게 처음에 놀랐고, 그리고 이제 저희 반대 그룹 대회에서 이제 그 팀과도 스크림을 해봤는데, 이게 딱 처음에 느꼈던 건 진짜 그 보이지 않는 벽이 있는 느낌이었고, 그래서 되게 흥미롭고 재밌게 했던 것 같아요. 일단 플레이오프 진출했을 때 그때 이게 저희 손에 달린 문제가 아니었어가지고, 그때 아마 BDS가 CAG를 이기면 저희가 진출을 하는 그런 상황이었던 걸로 기억을 하는데, 그때 다들 모여가지고 그러니까 호텔 방 그 좁은 데에서 한 5-6명 모여가지고 다들 기도하면서 봤고, 그리고 진출됐을 때 다들 막 소리 지르고 되게 좋아했었고, 그리고 이제 플레이오프 당일날 이게 무대 메인 스테이지가 되게 멋지게 잘 꾸며져 있었거든요. 그래가지고 되게 설레는 마음으로 입장했던 것 같아요. 일단 스크림을 했을 때는 막 되게 갑갑하고 이길 수 있나 이런 생각이 들었는데, 이게 저만 그런 걸 수도 있는데 대회만 들어가면 제가 뭐 하려던 것만 계속 잘하면 뭐 이길 수 있다 뭐 이런 느낌이 있었어가지고 생각보다 긴장 없이 대회 때는 잘 했던 것 같아요. 한국에 남아있는 막 친구나 가족이 다 지켜보고 있다고 열심히 하라고 막 응원해줬던 기억은 있는데, 제가 애초에 제가 지금 리그가 어떻게 되고 있는지 설명을 잘 안 해줘가지고 아마 크게 막 엄청 뭐라 해야 될까, 제가 잘 설명을 안 해준 것도 있고 해가지고 막 부모님이나 친한 친구 아니면은 그렇게 막 메시지가 오거나 그러진 않았던 것 같아요. 다들 엄청 고맙다고 생각하고 있고, 뭐 솔직히 부모님, 특히 부모님 같은 경우에는 게임 막 잘 모를 텐데 저 나온다고 계속 막 집에서 TV로 봐주고 하는 게 저한테 위안이 됐던 것 같아요. 일단 그룹 스테이지에서 플레이오프 간 거로도 되게 다들 기뻐했고, 근데 이제 플레이오프 스테이지에서 첫 상대였던 메이커스였는데 그때 좀 이제 실력 차이를 많이 느끼게 됐고, 이제 그걸 계기로 한국에 돌아와서 진짜 그 경험을 토대로 이것저것 연구하고 다들 더 열정이 많아진 모습이었어요. 제일 아쉬웠던 경기는 그룹 스테이지 때 그 다크제로 상대로 먼저 5점인가 따냈었나 그랬는데 이제 8대6으로 아마 졌었던 걸로 기억하는데 그 경기가 제일 아쉬웠고요. 특히 제가 조금 활약했던 경기이기도 해서 더 그렇게 생각이 드는 건지도 모르겠는데, 그거랑 같은 그룹 스테이지 경기 때 G2랑 했었는데 제가 클러치 한번 못한 것도 아쉽다고 생각하고 있고, 좋았던 기억은 아마 클럽하우스에서 7대4로 페이지를 한번 이겼었던 것 같아요. 그게 좋았던 기억.
Well, game one ended up being a little bit of a speedrun, Nick, but hopefully the next will be a little more competitive. It's another Japan v Japan matchup, CAG RRX. My thoughts and my expectations heading into this one, Nick, are a little bit mixed. Expecting CAG to do well, and obviously RRX had some minor difficulties yesterday.
You say you hope it's going to be more competitive, but the history of yesterday says it should be less competitive because CAG are looking in peak form and RRX still very new to the scene with some changes and whatnot. They need more time to gel together. But first, let's discuss CAG, of course, one of the favorites here in the region for a very long time. Always exciting to watch, and they have an unusual playstyle if you go far enough back into history books. But right now, they look more and more like a team that's about the fundamentals combos, they execute and playing much closer together. And a big part of that is DD, the former coach, now being a player on this roster.
Yeah, absolutely. CAG looked quite good yesterday. Very competitive, really from the offset as well. It started off on attack.
Yeah.
They put themselves in that really good platform to then play off and gave them a buffer that ultimately they sort of somewhat required as the match developed. And so, yeah, I think I'll be pretty pleased with how this developed. D Plus put up quite a good fight as well, and was certainly a formidable opponent heading into stage 1. So CAG have done well to give themselves some nice early points towards the standings.
It's funny because CAG, they got themselves onto that platform, like you said, with everybody working together. And then James and I were discussing the game about like, oh, this could end up being, they need a hero at some point. Somebody's got to step up to the plate. The last 2 rounds that they win is of our colleagues clutching up together with Anakin. And then the other round was DD with Anakin clutching up. So they had both the teamwork and they had the clutch work. But of course, they also have an opponent today. They have RRX, who had a struggle yesterday against BNK Fearx, a 1-7 loss that they played each other on yesterday. And in kind of similar fashion to Can You Be My Enemy, it's about just improving on all the various areas. It's not one thing where they fall short at or one thing that they excel at. It's a bit all over the place where we just gotta see a bit more from these guys. You see Duo here, 2-8, had a very first rough day, but when you lose 1-7, everyone's having a rough day, to be fair.
Yeah, totally. Is it fair for RRX to sort of look at this first week, Fearx into CAG, a tough fixture?
Yeah.
Is that an opportunity for them to sort of assess where they're at, take some learnings, then heading into the rest of the stage?
I think that's a very good assessment. It's like you take your first 2, maybe 3 games, whatever, and then you say, okay, what's our level at? How can we get better? And then they gotta prepare for the quote-unquote easier matches because they are starting with some very tough opponents. At the end of the stage, the big question mark is gonna be, you know, where does Can You Be My Enemy lay compared to RRX? Because the current present minute, they're the 1-to-1 matchup where they're both struggling right now on the stage.
Well, every best of one requires a map veto to narrow down the options and see where these two will do battle. Do we potentially say Lair once again, despite CAG's success earlier? And indeed we will. So a roll of the dice, I think it can be best described here from RRX. Of course, they do get to start on defense, so we'll see what they can manipulate from that position. But equally, and as we saw in that highlight package, CAG yesterday on attack came out of the gates incredibly strong.
And if you're CAG, this is a very smart position to be in. You can choose between going to Clubhouse, a map you've not yet played this stage, or go back-to-back on Lair, where you just beat maybe the other best team in the region on D+. You can save strats, you can save your map pool, and keep even better odds for matches later in the stage, and they're doing it against a much weaker opponent of RRX on paper. So this is a map veto masterclass from CAG.
Well, the expectation then will be a CAG runaway victory. But do we get an upset tonight? Well, let's find out. Again, CAG starting out on attack, so we'll see how they look to establish some presence inside of the map and in the match as a whole early here, and try to apply, presumably, a lot of pressure here onto RX in the early portion of the match. Expecting high tempo, high aggression, and not allowing RX to easily contest any of the map. I guess somewhat expectedly, the Dokkaebi will be banned out. I wouldn't be too shocked if they maybe even double down here with another info gatherer.
Yeah.
Because if
Solid
they have
Snake,
that in
Deimos.
play, like, good luck, because CAG will likely outgun them on those entry
Shout out
duels.
BB.
There's the
Yeah.
Deimos, so they do double down, and then, understandably, on the side of defense, CAG will strip away the Bandit and the Kaid.
That's a good call from you. CAG yesterday, they were so formidable at just getting in the building and taking the fights. When you have operators like your Dokkaebi, your Deimos, Solid Snake, Lion, Blackbeard, I think that's the big 5 really at enabling CAG's playstyle to its fullest potential. But we also know CAG, as I keep saying, right, they got this more like solid, fundamental, strategical style these days with DD as a player. They can also do Capital, Grim, Raora, Sense, Monty. And the beautiful thing about CAG nowadays is that when they want to have a crazy shield round, they put Anakin on that shield. And as I say that, he's hovering the BB. That's because he's going to go for kills. But we can also see sometimes that DD will actually wear Monty, for example, and just be a planter. He will be a super passive shield player, never ADSing, never going for a fight. So they now have 2 separate separate players that can play the same operator, but in two very different stylistic ways, and it gives CAG a whole nother strat book they can utilize from what they could just, 6 to 12 months ago. Big changes though from CAG. They're going to Thatcher, the Blitz, the Solid Snake. This is definitely going to be a full clear, map control, verticality, pop the hatches, and then go for an attack later on. They want to try and have all 5 attacks alive for the execute. That's going to be CAG's plan.
The other massive talking point heading into the night, and we analyzed it in the pre-show, is Sparky, the coach. The Italian on the side of CAG, and what kind of influence that he will have on this roster for the foreseeable future. And I'd be rather intrigued to know sort of what the messaging and the approach will be for a match like this, where it's pretty obvious to anybody that's looking at it on paper that it's very, very one-sided. How he looks to ensure that the team is focused, and what kind of game plan they have heading back to Lair, knowing that there is that VOD out from yesterday as well, and whether or not that changes much, I wouldn't anticipate it to. I think they'll go into this match sort of backing themselves and their systems to get the job done.
Yeah, you'd think so. For now, it's a bit of a slow start, but for good reason. Our RX are playing mostly in the basement. In fact, right now, everybody's in the basement. So full map control surrender to CAG. They're going to start the second step of this round. It's going to be the setup. The setup is all about getting, break apart the soft floor, get the verticality, get all the correct angles, break open the reinforced hatches. Once you got the full setup and you got all the tools in the right locations, then it's going to be about approaching step 3. That's going to be the execute. Where will CAG be attacking from? Are they going to go for plant? Are they going to go for kills? And how are they going to get all the way in there? Blitz stuck in a tough position here, Anderson. Forced to push closer and close to the mirror window. Fire goes out. Ooh. Toxic Babe as well on the mirror. And he stays alive, barely taking any damage. Very well done from Manny.
Yeah, the initial util layer in there from RX wasn't all that bad. Maybe a little more follow-up from the Tachanka could have squeezed Anderson into a poor position. The credit to the shield player, does a good job to sustain that. And they took a little bit of damage, as he mentioned, and now CAG not too far away. You would assume from trying to get this plant down. And it's deep, but gets traded out. That's the diffuser down. So instead of opting for the plant, he goes for kills. 40 seconds now remain. CAG still have the advantage, and Yu as well, taken very low on HP. Akuzu's in a good position for the swing, but from up above, contested on Vert. The push has been stalled out, but Sharif will brute force his way through. Akuzu tries his hand at brute forcing it, but it doesn't work out for him. And now Duo, 4 to find, unsuccessful. Interesting round, Nick. A little bit messy there from CAG, but good enough to get it done in the end.
So, at first glance, I thought Annie was kind of trolling, right? He split, sprinting into Toxic Babe, going for a flash, just trying to sacrifice himself to take down the Tachanka or the smoke. I'm not sure who he thought he was shooting, but it was Tachanka. His teammate then gets the kill right before Annie does. He gets traded, the Blitz is dead. But I also think it's actually very smart in hindsight, because they were going to go for a default plant attempt, aura off the doors, maybe use some smokes of their own, and then plant somewhere at an off angle. But with both Smoke and Tachanka available against them, they thought that's probably not gonna work. We have to get a kill, and ideally it's gonna be the Tachanka, because Smoke only had 1 Toxic Babe lift. That's not gonna stall for too much time. So they changed the plan, they sacrificed Anderson as a pawn, but it works out so well because everyone's around the play, doing it together and covering each other on the angles. It's a beautiful execute. Time was taking a little bit low, but I don't think CG were too concerned about it. They knew that the second they go for the execute, it's going to be over in the next 20 or so seconds.
10 seconds left.
Probably the thing, right? Even if the plan and the execution isn't perfect from CAG, as long as they're aligned, then they're in sync. They have so much individual talent that they can sort of make up for that. Yeah. Sharif got a nice multi in that last round. The rest of the team was supportive in that effort as well. And so good recovery effort there from CAG. They didn't stall out or get stunned when Anderson fell. They were able to make that initial push really count. As we head back, well not back I suppose, as we head to the top floor for the first time, early fight from Akuzu, as he tries his best to contest, but flushed out pretty early.
Okay, with the Bandit and Kaid ban, CAG's attack and lineup is very flexible. Don't gotta worry about going downstairs with a Bog or bringing in a Thatcher or EMPs necessarily. They can do a lot of flexibility. Now with that being said, they do have EMPs on the Grim because they may as well. They have a ton of different util in pocket, and in case that, you know, a class gets brought out, it's nice to have it. It can also counter the Denari laser tripwires. But it just means that CG have so many tools for a very simple job. Just getting in the building and getting to the bomb site. All the hot destruction is going to strike through. There's nothing to stop them. There is a mirror window technically in pocket of Juju still right now in the mirror. But you can't really mirror trick the summer charge of A. It's more like a thermite thing. But it can be put down in the middle of the round to kind of change up the counterplay. They can position it, then impact trick through it, or just C4 through it, or just making the breaching a lot more difficult. But now Jin starts off the action, takes down Chibisu, but a nade actually trades him back after the fact. That's interesting.
So threat down below here from Sharip. 2 on the exterior for CAG, and Cully inside of Ops. With 1 Salma now deployed. Oh, that's aggressive!
Jesus.
Kuzu, though, was traded. You're stuck in an awkward position over towards Master Office, as the res will be a success for CAG.
That's why you push 2 people against 1 right there. If you solo swing that corridor, you're a freebie. Instead, you get the kill and the revive. But 3 members of CG very low on HP. This push gonna be a lot more difficult up against the Strength of Fire and lasers of Denari.
Live red ping here on the Mal. Oh, slammed. Anaton charges forward with the shotgun in hand. 4-2 advantage CAG. R6 is clear. They know where the last 2 likely are standing. Duo inside of server. Although he goes unchecked initially. Now red pinged. It should be a pretty simple cleanup from CAG. And it is.
If CAG get to the execute and to the bomb site, it looks like it's wraps and it's gonna be round over. So if you're RRX, maybe try and play a bit of disruption. Early aggression, early advantage, and try and stop them from getting to the side comfortably. Jin jumping out a window, I think, and getting a kill to Chibisu was actually a great attempt at that, but it did get traded back by the grenade after Chibisu died himself. So they don't really get that 5 versus 4 that they wanted. It became a 4v4 equal numbers, which still favors CAG. This play from Akusu could have been the saving moment, but again, CAG one step ahead. They had 2 players in close proximity. They get the trade together, and then we see Annie, Ying shotgun, and the Reaper gets 3 kills in the round. They're just charging forward and opening up everything with those Candelas. An operator that was target banned, I believe, yesterday by D+, actually, because CAG also yesterday were so great at utilizing that particular operator, and that is why it's so hard to play against them. You're banning Dokubi, they're banning Deimos, you're worrying about the shields being played, but then there's also the Ying from Annie, the Glass from Annie. It feels like against CAG, you need like 6 attacking operator bans to actually play the game comfortably, and you just don't get that, you get 3.
Yeah.
I'm on guard. And she's ready.
And their attacks so far have felt quite oppressive. And that's to the credit of CAG. To be honest, from my perspective so far, the response from RRX has actually not been too bad. They haven't played scared. They've tried to execute some plays. Unfortunately for them, CAG have just been 1 step ahead in most of these critical fights. It's the final round then of the rotation. The wildcard site of Dorms, the selection of RRX.
So Jin trying to do the same thing now, but Mao supporting him on the staircase. Could bait an Anderson actually. But this is the thing, I see a yellow ping, so they have information. And he being a very experienced shield player will also not take the bait all that often. He knows that a crossfire is the most lethal thing against the Blackbeard. He can't look in 2 directions at the same time. So that's waiting for the second layer of drones to come out, confirm that the area is indeed clear, that no crossfire is waiting for him. Then they can march forward, start working those hallways. This could still be a direct attack though from CAG. They have Thermite for the exterior wall popped open. They have Nomad, Grim, and Capital. They don't need to clear top floor, especially because there's no Solace, there's no Warden. This could become a simple smoke rush plant, honestly, at the end of the day.
Yeah, drones prepped over towards this green side. Do CAG elect to go direct? Maybe with a bit of split pressure up above. It seems like they'll posture for that at the moment.
Soft wall. Interesting. That's gonna get popped.
Yeah, Anaton goes boop and opens up the wall. 70 seconds for CAG.
So Lot to worry about though. The flanks to the right is very open. With that rotate from Anderson as well as another angle. D-Mang has the cover perfectly down. The Grim Beast spotting people out. Saka with a second. That's Akoli, by the way. CG off to a great start. 5v3.
And Anderson able to go deep, so the Flood has worked a treat here for CAG. Jinim and Yu both isolated on the horizontal. They've failed to have impact in this round in the retake. Highly unlikely. Jinim does at least find one, but these post-plant positions from CAG look particularly strong. Yu looking to contest over towards green.
Oh god.
And the air jab will be to his demise. Jinim in a 1v4. No time, no hope. And CAG with a perfect first rotation here.
It looks unplayable. It looks so unenjoyable if you're RRX. Big smile there from Anderson. Again, if they get to the bomb site, 5 attackers alive, they will pick you apart. And it started off with RRX, again, trying to stop them. They lost 2 players early from swinging. They chose the gunfight. They wanted to try and stop Annie and stop CAG. But DD's cover, Chibisu's cover was too good. Locking down both the first 2 kills. Annie with the third, and that's going to be the round. And there comes the Yingben. To nobody's surprise, but now the Monty's open, the Capital, the Nomad, the Grim. There are so many strong operators in response. The Glass we've yet to see. And with the third operator bank going out, we all see the tactical timeout here from RRX to discuss what are we going to do, because if we continue like this, it's going to be a very quick loss.
That's a difficult question to say the least, but what do they do? As you're alluding to, Nick, there's just so many oppressive operators still available, and CAG are playing a very strong brand of Siege at the moment that's giving the defense so little room for error, so little reprieve, not much in the way of time either to sort of respond to a lot of these attacks, given the rather direct approach. That last round, a really good example of CAG just immediately in green, immediately smacking into side. It was just impossible for them to retake. So I wonder what that chat has been about, and more importantly, if they can start getting rounds on the board.
So we're getting triple trap operators here, right? The Thorn, the Denari, the Medusa were showcased there by RRX for the round to come. I think it's good that you're trying to weaken CAG's individual gunfighting by using trap operators. That could be a great tool. They do that by also pairing it with the Echo that can further weaken CAG's gunfighting skills. But like I said before, they are leaving open some very strong operators. Like Anderson right now, of course, can attack a repick off the Monty, but it's there. The Blackbeard, the Monty, the Blitz will all live for the remainder of this half because they can no longer be banned. The third operator ban was the Ying, paired with the Deimos and Dokkaebi. And CAG, they got rid of the Mirror. I was thinking maybe to try and predict the Clash and get rid of that, but Mirror has been the more present and problematic operator. Maybe not problematic actually, but it's been present at least, and could become problematic. So they get rid of that instead.
Deploy the shield. Nothing to worry about near me.
Banshee ready to go.
So I see the reappearance of Snake here in round 4 was selected by Sharip in the opening round of Basement. And I do wonder how he's going to try and utilize that radar here in the 4th round. Could be to facilitate a solo push on the opposing side of the map, or at least ensure it's clear, and so he gets to work on that, focus on utility clearance elsewhere.
It's always nice when you get Solid Snake in the mix because it allows you to do so much more at the same time. Right now when you have, you know, the 4 frontal push, gonna be the Flores, the Grim, the Ace, and the Monty, they can all work together. And because they can all work together, who's gonna be helping Shuriba and Solid Snake? Well, nobody. He can drone for himself with the gadget. Meanwhile, Annie under a lot of pressure with that Monty experience, counter flicks the stun every single time. And because of that, only takes about half his health and damage. A lot of Monty players that have died immediately there, and he will stay alive for his team. There are the Denari lasers. I found them. They were all by the bathroom windows, locking that from entry. And it's gonna give RRX less things to worry about.
Brace yourself.
Yeah, I saw that too. Where is he from? I think he's down the stairs actually on the scanner, because when you're on a staircase, at some point you go from 1st floor to 2nd floor. It's a bit trippy sometimes with which floor you're actually being hunted from. That's a Monty.
Yeah, Kuzu says, I don't want any piece of that, and I'll fall back. Jinnum finds the first kill of the round. It's the primary hard breach of the ace. Will that prove costly for CAG, who have now aggressed over towards main stairs? DD man under pressure. Akuzu goes for the flank, finds the timing on the first and the second. Monty hits the deck. Chibisu does find a trade to keep this round in the realm of possibility as well. Snake, Sharif, a lot of info. It's possible here for CAG.
I mean, he saw him in the corner of Sharif. Yeah, he does. Okay, gets the kill. The last two defenders solo on HP. Juju last standing. A third with health left remaining and 35 seconds to go.
Can he clutch up for RRX, who are struggling at the moment against an oppressive CAG? Oh, Chibisu. Wow. That is a big round from CAG as they continue to bully their opposition.
Again, Solid Snake, it's rare that we see him utilized in this particular fashion. It's a 3v3, middle of the bomb site, and he finds every location of the defenders and just walks on in and gets one freebie and forces back the other one. It's really good use of the gadget. And that was CG actually being stopped from their push. The flank was good, Jin got the opening pick, they shut down the Monty. That's everything going according to plan, and it's a 2v4. It's phenomenal. But then you need to remember, CG also clutch. They are so skilled in the individual gunfight taking. Chibisu 7-1, Shurip 6-0. You can stop the main push, but the issue is you gotta stop every single player before the round is over. And they could not do that. 4 over CAG, and RRX go back to the basement.
I still feel like RRX have been a little bit hard done by over the course of this map so far. They're really not playing that badly, but CAG are just completely switched on at the moment, and any point of weakness has been exploited beautifully well. And the oppression of the Snake continues on here. As you said, so much information gathered late at the critical juncture of the round. As we move forward into round number 5. We'll see how CAG look to map clear again. Of course, Snake in pocket, they have ramp for Vert. Habana can work on the hatches as well. RRX have postured themselves primarily basement, although they're flirting a little bit of pressure towards these staircases, maybe trying to chip away at the drone economy here of CAG.
One thing for Thatcher that I think kind of gets forgotten about sometimes is Thatcher works in mini IQ these days as well. You can take out the EMP cannon, just kind of look to the ceiling, look for a Valcam or Echo Drone, etc. And you don't really need to EMP them, it'll just show you where they are actually at the present moment. So right now TBC can actually look for the Yoga drones later on. He can catch, what he thought was going to be a C4 or a smoke midair, none of which are present here from RRX. It's another round where if CAG get to the bomb site door, they are just primed for an execute, and there's nothing that can stop them but the Goyo fire canisters that are pre-placed, or a good Echo Drone rather, doesn't get found by the Thatcher. Vert is being watched, and a kill confirmed again. He sees 2 people flanking him. Get out of dodge, you do not want that smoke.
Sharif has been a Terminator in the server tonight. That's his 7th. And yet to hit the deck himself, so he's fulfilled that role really nicely. Elsewhere, Jiddum immediately under pressure. It's into the Warden though, but he can't sustain the pressure of Chibisu, who follows close by. Good teamwork from CAG again as they hunt down 5 rounds in a row. Akuzu gets a freebie. Although player close by in Armory. And that's our Cully. So duo again, left by his lonesome. CAG dominant here on Lair.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I feel like it's so often that I see Anderson on a shield. That happened yesterday for D+ as well, where they try and solo push Anderson, thinking, I'm gonna melee you, I'm a Warden, I can take the fight against the Blitz. This is CAG, one of the best shield teams out there. It's not just about how good Anderson himself is on the operator, it's about how well his teammates understand what he needs from them. So when the Blitz goes to push against the Warden, Anderson isn't thinking, oh, I'm gonna solo win this. He's saying, hey, I got a teammate, buddy. If you wanna fight me, it's not gonna be a fair fight. So his teammates will find 2 quick kills off of the interrogator from Annie. And Anderson himself takes 0 damage in that round as the shield player. It's practically a flawless round. CG 5-0. And I mean, RRX, they're bouncing back between the top floor, the basement, the top floor, the basement. They tried the tertiary. And this is one of the most frustrating points to be in. Nothing is working. What side do we go to? What ops do we play? Do we change our positions? Finally, the clash gets shown, but it's too little too late. I mean, at best case scenario, you get 5-1/2 for RRX, and then you gotta go attack against CAG. I mean, this game should just be over, honestly.
Yeah, it is feeling like a little bit of a formality from this point. CAG looking to hone in on their second win of the stage. For those who may have missed it yesterday, a pretty emphatic victory, 7-5 over D+ in what was touted as a close and competitive matchup, and ultimately it was. 7-5 is very, very tight, but walking away there with full points and likely another 3 tonight is going to set themselves up really nicely in the standings post week 1. Goes without saying, Nip, and it's a long and lengthy run from here, but I think the team will be pretty pleased with the siege that they've put on show here in these first couple of play days.
Let's see if this can work out for Duo. He's got the shotgun close museum window, but there's no one quite close to it. I don't think he's gonna find much in this round just yet. CAG, again, it's gonna be a Monty round, so they're gonna slow down the pace just a little bit. They take Ops room, start going up the rocket staircase with 2 or 3 players. They're watching the flank at the same time. They're applying pressure in so many different angles. Now with Chibisu also on that museum window spoken of earlier. Or actually, there's a bathroom window. Same story though. A big attack here on the staircase.
It sure is, as Anaton looks to sustain some pressure for the team to capitalize upon it. Hasn't quite been as effective as the last round. Sharif finds entry though, immediately traded. So it's the snake for the Denari. Probably not the worst trade given just how strong Sharif has been, as well as the snake utility. Jinem to Posture now in response to the lobby side take, minute on the clock.
Got the Clash and the Warden shotgun locking down that bathroom hallway. Now Clash rotating to match Anderson on the Monty. The shield v shield, but Clash is the counter. You see that sapping right there. So frustrating to play against. And the thing is with CAG, they have no more hard destruction. So they need to get the right players in the right locations to make this execute possible. And maybe try and just avoid the Clash at all costs.
Yeah, no EMP either for Anaton, so it makes it really awkward for CAG to try and convert this round. Probably their biggest test yet. But Chibisu able to isolate one, and they've actually pivoted towards the default plan. Kali to try and hold the cross. Swing follows.
He doesn't see this.
Yeah, they went for the knife instead of shooting the denial. Will that prove costly? It probably will. 3 versus 2 in the post in favor of CAG. A little fortunate to get that plant down, but Jinem won't go down without a fight.
Oh no.
A 1v1. It should be shield. Difficult to say who it favors in these circumstances. If Anaton can close the gap as the shield gets placed down by the Clash, but a fake out from Jinem. 180. Can he post it down and get on the diffuser? Needs to stick it from here. Anaton knows it. It's a free kill. It's a free round. CAG 6-0 at the halftime break. Well, we're 6 rounds down, and the question now is how many will remain? CAG will be hunting for the flawless match, and now just 1 away from accomplishing that feat as they transition across to defense. But Nick, how would you summarize that first round? Because the word that comes to mind for me would just be relentless from CAG.
Yeah, a slaughter is also what I would go with. It's just been so unenjoyable for RRX, and I will say to their credit, they've been trying. They played the traps, they played the more like spawn peak type aggression, they tried fighting back, they tried bunkering, they tried the clash, they tried the echo, they tried plant denial. They have tried almost everything. None of it worked. CAG would problem solve in different ways, playing different operators themselves. And at the end, ended up being, they played the Ying in the beginning, that got target banned, and they played Muncie for the last 3 rounds, and that worked just as fine. Now they're gonna play Alibi. Are we actually doing this? Are we actually gonna play Alibi on a 6-0 round? I mean, might as well, right? This is the perfect time for it, but seriously? Yeah, they're gonna lock it in.
May as well. Wonder how many times Alibi has been played this stage so far. I would hazard to guess not many times. It could even be the first selection. That was the highlights from the previous round, the final of a half. Another somewhat awkward and messy round to conclude things, but CAG just able to hold on in the post plant. 6-0 the scoreline.
She's Italian. Could be a shout out to Sparky, the coach. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, there is a fun interaction with the Solusnik. Obviously, it's a soft counter. The clones do show up as a red dot on the scanner. Not something that we see really being played in pro play, however. Oh, gotta pick your brain on this actually. Thunderbird as a counter to Dokkaebi. Right, the phone call goes through, 40 damage, you tank it. Yep. James doesn't believe in it, man. I'm telling you, you're just better. You're actually better.
That's been my go-to strat when I've been playing in quick match. I mean, when you just don't want to deal with Dokkaebi, just play Thunderbird. Eat the call, doesn't matter.
Tank the call. Love that. Yeah, I forgot who we were interviewing. I think it was Harambe actually, and he said himself, without me asking the questions, like, just play more Thunderbird. Here's a push though. RX getting a page out of CAG's book, perhaps.
Maybe pressure early. Ooh. A 1-to-1 trade, but it's CAG again, winning out these crucial fights. Duo is on the ground, and so as it stands, it's a 4 versus 2. In favor of CAG. Jinnen will look to push through storage. Options limited from here though for RRX.
So stalled out. Injured, Goya Fire, Finger Boost finally happening to revive Duo on the Blitz. Pre-fire though connects from Jin through the wall to DD, so even numbers all of a sudden. Planting, not currently possible. Have to either get one more kill or get deep into that bomb site. They do have one final smoke and one final lion scan remaining. That could be the saving grace of this round.
Well, we certainly cannot fault RRX for their effort in this map so far and their intent. They have played without much fear, which is really surprising. A lot of it's been execution based, and CAG have simply been too sharp so far tonight. Plenty of time, though, for the attack to formulate something here in the 7th round. A pivot, perhaps, bathroom side. But that will now be, no doubt, revealed by, funnily enough, the Alibi. 60 seconds now remains.
Nading the Prisma. Juju, though, on the backstab finds one, but again traded right back. Blitz in the repel all of a sudden. Hello, meant to jump in the window instead. There he goes, second time around. Saki and Chibi against Jin and Duo.
Oh, no. Cut down. And so the Blitz left all alone. CAG have looked so good tonight. And there it is, officially confirmed. A 7-0, the first so far of the stage. And if the numbers are anything to go by, it may well be the only one of the stage. Congratulations to CAG.
I mean, ridiculous gameplay. Of course, RRX being a newer team with a bit like lower expectations in performance, we're expecting a one-sided affair for CAG with a clean victory, but a 7-0 and how every single round was pretty one-sided, with of course few exceptions of that last one was a 2v1. They did a phenomenal job. from the operator bench selection, also the map veto, like I said in the beginning, right? Going back to back on layer after just beating D plus 75 on it yesterday means for the long term, they're hiding maps, they're hiding strats, and if any team is watching this, they're not going to want to go to layer in the future. So now people are going to be fearing the layer, plus they got all the other 8 maps in the pool to start utilizing. It's a masterclass for CAG.
Yeah, totally agree. It may well be until playoffs where we see CAG able to play Lair once more. They looked great tonight, and that was against an opposition of RX who, again, their overall intent and approach and some of the plans that they had to execute in the majority of these rounds, I think were quite sound. They weren't sitting back, getting stalled out, playing scared. They were trying to be proactive, trying to get in the face of their opposition, Nick. But it was kind of one of those games where no matter what they tried, no matter what went their way in a round, CAG just continued to pluck win conditions, sometimes out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's why I say I do want to praise RRX. I don't think the 7-0 scoreline reflects the exact performance there, because they were not just laying down and saying, we give up. Even that final attacking round, to go for a super high risk play, win or lose the round in the first 60 seconds, it becomes a bit of a in the middle outcome. They can win, they can lose, but at the end, CG clutch it up, of course. And we also have an interview, I believe. Will we have the return of Sparky? Question mark again, back to back.
Let's bring him in. Let's bring him in, Sparky. Lovely to see you, mate.
Yes.
Congratulations on what was a pretty one-sided matchup in the end.
Hello.
I sort of just want to take note of the week so far. You had a very close match yesterday comparatively to today. How do you assess the first week? Are you happy? Are you unsatisfied? Give us your thoughts.
No, I'm pretty happy. I mean, we are doing a lot of testing. Like, we are not doing any prep work, and I'm letting them just play the game, and I'm just fixing it on the go. Like, we're training adaptability through all the group stage, like 0 prep work, 0 anything. I think it's like a good we're in a good stage to do that right now, since we're like very strong, and the league is like I think we can get first even that way. Yesterday game, I mean, we were 6-2, and then we just had a bit of a communication problem on the adaptability. Like, we couldn't really communicate what DK changed, and we just kept getting on the loop. But I think it was that game was a 7-2 in my book, so it wasn't close. You gotta be honest.
Fair enough.
No, I know how you feel. Obviously, I quite like the idea that you're not going into this with any like counter prep work and just looking at adaptability. I think when you're a very experienced roster where you're supposed to be winning games and you're obviously way ahead of the competition against a team like RRX, it can be easy as a team member, as a player, to not take this game 100% serious, right? Because these guys are worse, they have like worse strats, worse players. But by going into this blindfolded and saying, guys, work on adaptability, you're almost forcing the players to try hard in a different way, because they can't just crutch the paper and crutch the expectations. So just as a small note from my side, I think it's a very smart approach actually to force the players into a serious mode this way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think actually like doing this in official games, like we're gonna do it through all the group stage. I think like this equals like 20 scrims if you do it in an official game, because you learn 20 times faster. Like, you're forced to learn, So I thought it was a good idea to do it this stage, and so yeah, that's what's wrong with it.
Okay.
Cool.
I mean, looking at... No, I'm looking right now.
You're looking at the next game? That's exactly what I'm looking at.
No, not the next game. I'm gonna say, looking at yesterday's game against D+ and how you beat them 7-2 actually, who do you think is your biggest adversary now in the region? Who do you think, if it's not D+, because you beat them, who's it gonna be then?
Ourselves.
Okay. Makes sense based on yesterday's interview as well. Yeah.
All right, we'll leave it there. Sparky, thank you so much for jumping in and having a chat. We hope to speak to you more over the course of the stage. All the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the fans. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ourselves. Good old CAG. Hopefully they can brush off that tag as the year continues to progress, Nick, because they're off to a phenomenal start. As Sparky has framed it that yesterday, the scoreline maybe not fully reflective of what that really should have ended up being, and today it's hard to dispute that they weren't pretty much perfect. They played phenomenally well.
Yeah. I really just want to double down and say I think it's very smart to utilize the group stage for adaptation, and saying that one game here with this kind of no prep adaptation style is the same as 20 scrims. When you're in the active season or the active stage of a Pro League season, you only have so many days of the week where you can practice because you have 2 play days, probably an off day. Then you have, of course, practices, meetings, and maybe players have plans of their own where they gotta cancel a scrim here and there. Utilizing a real life game day also as a practice is just doubling down for the future to come. So if CG can keep up this kind of pressure and confidence, I'm gonna be very excited for their, regional finals come a month and a half from now.
Well, talk about excitement. We should hopefully have a close game up next. Kinotrope, Fearex, fingers crossed, it's a banger.
숙소 생활도 많이 하고 하면서 이제 원래 같으면 회사 가서 막 사회생활 배우고 해야 할 나이긴 한데 뭐 여기서도 뭐 다들 뭐 사회생활이 필수니까 최대한 뭐 그런 걸 배우게 된 것 같고요. 그리고 무언가 하나를 잘하는 법에 대해서 좀 배우게 된 것 같아요. 어떤 게임이든 뭘 하든 최선을 다하는 법을 좀 배우게 된 것 같아요. 일단은 가능한 데까지는 계속 선수를 지속할 예정이고 뭐 5년 뒤나 나중은 딱히 생각은 크게 해본 적은 없는데 계속 게임 업계 관련된 일을 하고 싶고 뭐 코치가 됐든 감독이 됐든 뭐든지 하고 싶고 또 나중에 스트리밍도 본업으로 한번 해보고 싶고 뭐 게임 관련된 직종으로 해볼 것 같아요. 저 딱히 취미가 게임 말고는 없어가지고 뭐 쉬는 날에도 그냥 다른 게임을 한다거나 하지 딱히 나가서 뭘 하거나 그런 건 없고 뭐 가끔 여자친구랑 밖에 나가는 거 말고는 딱히 없는 것 같아요. 여자친구랑 사귄 지는 4년 됐고 매번 뭐 대회 나갈 때마다 응원해주고 대회할 때도 뭐 집에서 몰래 응원해주고 되게 여러 가지 방향으로 저한테 도움을 주는데 뭐 특히 지금이 제일 도움을 많이 주고 있는 것 같은데 팀이 없어가지고 여자친구가 일을 했던 그 자금 같은 걸 가지고 지금 같이 생활을 해나가고 있고 제 남은 돈이랑 그래서 특히 지금 매우 고맙고 만나서 정말 다행이다라는 생각이 들어요. 특히 일본이 저한테 특별한 의미를 가진 나라이기도 하고 매번 대회가 유럽 또는 미국, 브라질 이렇게 있었는데 아시아에서 메이저가 개최된 게 되게 오랜만이어서 되게 기쁘기도 하고 뭐 저도 개인적으로 진짜 꼭 가고 싶은 대회이기도 하고 팀원들도 뭐 일본 메이저니까 막 홈 어드밴티지가 있을 것 같다며 꼭 진출하자며 서로 으쌰으쌰하는 분위기였어요.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the APL for APAC North. It's Playday 2 of Stage 1, Nick, and unfortunately the first two games have been a little one-sided. No false promises for this third match, but it really should be a good one.
It should be. We got teams that are most closest together in terms of skill level, both had a nice warm-up game yesterday, finding a big W over good opponents. It should be the match of today, and if not, I'll be greatly disappointed. Let's start with BNK3X though, because they are the new superstar team here in Korea. It's gonna be the third iteration, I guess, at this point. They had the various attempts in the past. They had Dark as a coach that import from Brazil. He actually left them right when kickoff started to go to Europe for EML for Virtus Pro. BNK3X had a really bad stage in kickoff, and then now they got the former PSG talent players plus Rookie Man.
Yeah, it's quite the amalgamation, and look, I'm excited to jump inside of the server myself and get a first-hand taste of what this team's made of. And I guess the question immediately then goes to, are they a serious contender for first slot here in APL? And again, to reiterate, just the one team from this sub-region will make it to EWC. And look, yesterday was a strong start for them, but I don't know how much we really want to take away from this one, Nick.
No, I mean, it's RRX, who's of course in the bottom of the standings currently, had a tough loss just a second ago to CAG, but the way in which BNK3X were playing was very promising. They had Misa on a classic 4+1 role, so they had 4 people working together. Misa doing his own thing to great success. Wookieman on the shields, I think dropping double digits as well. So overall, they weren't fully tested, but I think having a nice warm-up game, giving you a ton of confidence going into tougher matches, is gonna play very well for them, because yesterday might have been free against RRX, but today they're up against Kinotrope, a team who just beat Scars, which is a much stronger opponent, of course, so they need all the confidence they can get against this squad.
Yeah, totally. It was a narrow matchup yesterday between Kinotrope and Scars. Every single round of regulation was required, but they were able to just edge out 7-5 over on Lair. Gatorada marked as the MVP of that particular matchup. And look, certainly some highlight moments across this particular match for both rosters, to be completely fair, but Kinotrope just a little sharper around the edges, and they really seem like they're starting to build some confidence overall. And look, I don't know whether or not they'll be able to contest maybe CAG is the best team from Japan in this first stage, but I feel like they're making progress and making their way towards that goal.
Yeah, and I think they just had a very good kind of alignment on playstyle. Kinotrope, I was quite excited about in the last year and a half with the previous iterations of the roster and previous meta games of Siege, but they never really lived up to that expectation, that hype that I was giving them. Now, they very much have. I think they play a much smoother style of Siege where they're all in alignment on how they're gonna play it. It's much more fast-paced oriented, it's very proactive playstyle as well. And with the win over Scars yesterday, I feel like they're just, maybe perhaps they believe it too now. They're like, we're beating a strong opponent, we gotta keep up this pace momentum, and we might actually be a contender for that top 4 spots. But every game gets played on a map. Where they go is gonna define everything. Of course, with BFX, for FearX, they have a new roster. They have 4 players that used to be PSG Talent and Rookie Man, so how big of a map pool they have, I'm not certain about. We're gonna go to Bank though. It's gonna be the pick of Kinotrope, so they banned away the clubhouse and chose to take us here to the Bank map. Now, Kinotrope actually beat Scars on this in kickoff. That was kind of when I started thinking, okay, these guys are the real deal. If they can beat Scars on Bank, I do think they have a chance of taking down BK FearX as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's looking as if FearX may be starting on the side of the attack. An intriguing decision, and we'll have to wait and see how it does play out. But strap yourselves in. This should be the match of the day. FearX, Kinotrope, both teams eager to get 3 big points towards the standings in this one.
This could be a similar story to the CAG game where you might try and target ban your Deimos, your Dokkaebi, your Solid Snake if you're Kinotrope. Misa is gonna find himself on those kinds of operators quite frequently. Blackbeard to start things off, and a Castle ban in response. Okay, so Castle Asami is a duo that often gets banned as well on Bank, actually. It's similar to Hibana and Ace in the attack, where you make top floor a lot more playable for the defenders. But banning Castle and Asami, you make some bomb sites like top floor where you have a lot of coverage now very naked, where you just don't have a lot of cover at all and nowhere to play. But no, they will actually spread the love a bit. So double shield ban against BNK FearX, and then Castle and Tubarao in response. Okay.
Yeah, a little left of field so far, both in terms of the bans for the respective sides, but again, to reiterate, the start sides as well, as we do unfortunately immediately enter attack pause, but presumably that will be over quite soon. I think most notably though, defensively, right? The Castle and the Tubarao banned out. It doesn't strike me as being the most common of duos really on any map, Nick, but here on Bank, what kind of impact could that have?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, I guess by banning the Tubarao, I don't know, because if you ban the Kaid, then hatches can only get tricked at all. By banning the Tubarao, now they can play Kaid, but I guess you can just play Thatcher and circumvent it totally. Whereas if you ban the Kaid and they play the Tubarao, they can stall you for like that 30-ish seconds, just like freezing it over and over again. So maybe that's the line of thinking, because Bandit's pick rate is super low on Bank, sometimes played on top floor for the double elevator wall. But then it's like you can grenade it, twitch drone it, you can play Zero and counter it, Capture Fire and counter it, Secondary and Peace and counter it. So I'm curious to see if it's just because of hatch denial or if they have a different thing in mind. Either way, very exciting.
We did just get an update from the admin team that it is no longer attack pause. It will be an official rehost with no rounds played, though. I presume it will be a pretty simple case of just getting the players back inside of the server and clicking the go button once more. We haven't really talked much in terms of predictions, though, Nick, for this matchup and who we're favoring going into it. I don't want to throw you under the bus too much. I'm happy to give my prediction first, and the answer first is I really don't know. I'm finding it very difficult to very difficult to separate the two. I think if I had to go with one roster, probably Kinotrope, but narrow margins, and I think a lot of it is really going to be dependent on sort of the dynamic inside of the server. I'm not entirely sure as to the style that both teams are going to play on Bank and how that's actually going to interact.
It's very kind of you to go first and hit with it. I don't actually know. It's like, okay, great. Let me go first then, because I am gonna give Fearix the slight favor here. And the only reason for this is that Kinotrope had a 7-5 victory over Scars, which I have been hyping up. It was impressive, it was well played, but there are two things that makes me favor Fearix here. One is I got a Rod individually and Gator. They both popped off from that game individually, which can't happen every game no matter who you are. Secondly, that was Scars' worst attacking half I might have ever seen in domestic play at least. So those two things combined with the 7-5 scoreline, in my mind, Kinotrope would need BNK Fearix to have equally poor results on either attack or defense to make that a close affair. So therefore, slight favoritism to BNK Fearix for me. But like you also said at the end, I'm not sure how either of these teams are going to play Bang to its fullest, especially for Fearix, because I haven't seen them play it yet in recent history. And of course, not with this roster at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, to reiterate, strange, well, not the strangest of starting sides going attack, really, but it is still a little bit left of field, and then the bans as well. It's making this game quite difficult to read, but I suppose making it more exciting as well if you are maybe just joining us for the first time this evening. Unfortunately, the first couple of games that we have played out so far have been pretty one-sided affairs. Scars with a 7-2 dub to kick off the night, and then COG followed it up with an even more dominant result with a 7-0, yes, 0 win over an RX roster that, to be fair, I don't think I've ever seen a less one-sided 7-0, because genuinely they actually had some good moments. Just outmatched, though, by a COG that look really good and really dangerous so far. And it may well be one of these two teams hot on their heels to try and claim that one and only slot for APAC North at EWC as we load back in to Bank.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I always feel a bit like the double shield ban just feels like you lose a lot of value, right? Especially when you have Wookie and even Soldier, who are both phenomenal shield players. We all know Wookie Man doesn't mind playing the Fuse Shield, loves playing the Monty as well. Your banning Blackbeard and Blitz will hinder like the aggressiveness of the shield entries, but you are also leaving everything open for the taking. As we said, Solid Snake, Deimos, Dokkaebi, the Grim, the Capital, the Ying, the Sense, the other two shields. You're really not getting a lot of your worth here for your two very important operator bans in my mind if you Kinotrope. And because you're banning double shields, you're not really making any bomb side easier for yourself. Like if you ban the AC Bana, top floor CEO, a lot more playable now, no ranged hard destruction. That's not the case. And roaming is still going to be difficult with all the other roam clearing operators available as well, like Rider Q and Solid Snake. So it feels tough for me, but let's see if it pays off.
Oh, we only added 3 bans not that long ago. It might be time to add more against the attack at the moment, given current trajectory. So let's prepare ourselves then for this opening round. It's an aggro hold blue stairs at the moment from Eclair. Deployable shield and ADS devices in support of him. So we'll see if Fearix eventually look to flush that out. All focus though, no, currently on assessing the map, getting some control, and Misa, who did actually take a chunk of damage, now getting to work on those hatches in open area.
Gotta be cautious of that server stairs push. We saw him do a bit of verticality, top of the staircase to force back the defender of Eclair, who's now swatted spots with AA Gator. He's got the Legion Shoddy, so a lot better for that close quarter positioning of the server stairs itself. Got the ADSs, got the deployable shield. And they're actually doubling down with a double hold with a laser covering Dirt Tunnel. So this is gonna stall for a lot of time later on, but with this switch drone finding both the Goyo canisters and the bomb side, that's also gonna give Fearix a lot more breathing room to really pick apart server. Not feel like they're gonna be sprinting into this fight, fearing that fire later on.
You get stripped of that utility, but Fearix haven't necessarily been able to immediately capitalize upon that as he holds strong with the shotgun up close. And as you mentioned, this is strong. This is difficult to clear. What's the game plan from here for Fearix? Eclair also needs to be accounted for. Down below inside of server angle on the hatch. Gets flashed out. Misa gets the kill. Eclair a little unfortunate not to win a fight. Agate is repositioned. Position droned out. And he looks to now re-aggress over towards bot square. Quick peek. Stays alive and continues to be a thorn in the side of this attack.
This is so awkward. EMP went out though. Goomine triggered. They're in the server itself. Doesn't know about the shotgun close quarter, but shotgun be shotgun. Actually, Agate comes out on top and finds one. But can he find that second player?
Pops the fire extinguisher, but then gets caught. Misa from top blue to net the kill and give FearX a 1-player advantage.
Took a lot of time though. 25 seconds. The Shanghai's still alive with 18 Molotovs in pocket. Default plan should not be impossible. This sense wall will make it a lot more difficult. If Ryder starts planting, they do not know about this and they get a pick.
Yeah, Caillou, unfortunately unable to land the flames in the appropriate position. And so Kindertrope immediately transition into the post plant. All 3 players from FearX are positioned on this first floor. Crosses hold. And trade potential is very strong. Kindertrope seemingly given up on that prospect. And so in a way, they've waved the white flag in this round, as with that hatch control, FearX will not let this opportunity slide. Time evaporates. The soldier catches Galarada. And Akayu also falls. FearX taking round 1.
Very important thing to notice that Bianca FearX, they took as much time as they needed to clear 0 stairs effectively without losing 20 bodies. Let's say they had just kind of not respected that hold. They had kind of rushed into it. They lose 2 or 3 attackers. Now they can't go for a plan. The round is effectively over. By taking as much time and double, triple, quadruple droning the staircase, really ensuring where that Legion is playing from, they can get into the bomb site. Yes, only 25 seconds left, but they have enough bodies, guns, and gadgets to make it a successful attack. And that's the most important thing. Planning ahead, making sure that you can both do the first thing and the thing that comes right after. Also, shout out to the Twitch work there of Soldier. Popping both the Goyo fires quite literally saved the round into the time, because they would have burned for 20 seconds each and there was only 25 on the clock. So, small victories of FearX will lead them to a round victory at the end. But I will say Kindertrope fought back well, and it could have been their round if not for the clutchness of their opponents.
So to the top floor we go, and one of the sites that will potentially be a little compromised for defense with these specific bans. Castle, as you mentioned before, strong in bolstering the top floor and making a lot more of the objective playable and more challenging to contest, particularly against the rappel or play through lobby. And the Tubarão can sometimes offer assistance in some of the hard breach denial on this site as well. With neither available, FearX will attempt to exploit that. Their lineup largely centered around the double specialist drones, so both the Twitch and the floor is to be selected here, and both will be quite powerful into this specific defensive lineup.
Trying to see what the struggle's going to be here for FearX. They have maybe one weakness right now in this attack. They have no easy way into the fighting and into the site itself. They have no coverage. They're very reliant here maybe on Woogieman's 2 smoke grenades and the caps of fire arrows and of course the smoke arrows. As long as Kindertrope doesn't overstep their boundary and gets caught on those rappel angles and just keep all the defenders alive, they should be pretty fine to hold this setup, honestly.
Flames deployed.
Oh god.
Do FearX get value as Aegator finds himself in a literal pinch.
Reloading.
Woogieman snaps up that opportunity to find the opening kill for FearX. No immediate follow-up though from the attack.
Expensive kill, right? 2 fires from Capital, but it's very well worth it because they had to find that opening and they force it with utility, so it's beautifully done. And now they know Janitors is actually clear for the taking. This could be a smoke flash rappel on in. The Cowl tries to replace the position of Aegator inside that quad window room with the TCSG in hand. But I still think the plan is on. Smoke, flash, and get inside the building. That could just be possible.
Sounds like a Goyo canister though inside of CEO is just stalling out this push temporarily. You're right though, with Jan clear it alleviates the need for the flames which were invested early in the round from FearX. As they continue to posture and wait for their moment to strike. The flames still up. Woogieman to pinch elsewhere. Ryder hit the scoreboard as well, but then falls. Can Woogieman get value with the DMR? He does. Second for the round, traded over towards Banana. In the meantime, though, plant secured. And as we know, on this site, the retake is essentially impossible. It will take an almighty throw from here for FearX to not win back-to-back rounds. Down below. And Akayu in sight. We'll see if they can find some angles onto that rappel, but it's easier said than done. And Kinatrov know it's over from here.
Poor guy.
Oh, he
Gonna
goes
have
for
a
the stat pad.
gunfight.
Doesn't quite land. FearX taking round 2. And look, I think some good discipline in that round from them.
Yeah. Felix again, great problem solving. It was a similar thing they did yesterday when they had a very dominant win over RRX. Whenever Felix have like the 4 or 5 attackers alive and they're setting up the execute and doing all the small bit of picking apart the setup, that's when they are the strongest. It's very much where we see both the newer style Siege of Misa's leadership with the old school style of Boogeyman. They can do the 3-2-1, let's go for a fast clear. They can do the, hey, fire arrow this guy, repel in 2 different angles, get the kill, smoke, go in, plant. They have no ward and they have no C4. It's going to be completely free. They're very good at reading the win conditions of a round. And I think one of the worst things you can do against them, perhaps, is playing static defenses. So if Kinatrop wants to like bonk it down and just play util versus util, I do think that Woogieman's going to have a better shot at countering that than not.
Okay. Oh, I saw a double treadmill there. I got a little bit worried, but we're good.
Oh, I feel you on that.
Hackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
But it's so hard on Bang to run into your enemy on the attack. We all know this, right? Like they're going to be repelling on the skylight or the lobby repels. They're going to be roam clearing top 4 down. You don't feel like you can roam. You have no breathing room. So it's so hard for Kinatrop, I think, to find that middle ground of, hey, let's disrupt BNK Felix, but also have a strong backline at the same time. So I'm curious to see how they're going to problem solve this. For now, it's a similar showcasing as the last basement. Soft roam, holding Zero most likely, and holding the bomb site itself. They have only 1 C4 for plant denial, though. So maybe a bit more gunfighting for this round.
So once again, relatively early control in through open area for FearX. Opens the floodgates for the Habana to get to work on hatches. And despite the Kaid being available, it won't be selected in this particular round, allowing for that hard bridge to be successful with ease. Riders lurked over towards a top square position, had the snake to facilitate that clear, and again, FearX posturing for this blue stairs clear, which last time out was quite successful. They bring the Thatcher once more, and that helps in clearing all this utility. So far, it's basically deja vu to the last attempt.
Yep. Now, Warden can also be EMP'd himself, meaning that the glasses will no longer work. So it could be a singular EMP and a flashbang that could end this hold, honestly speaking. A-Gator does have a C4 in pocket, could kind of pre-rib it, try and go for a counter-push play at some point. And it's a Clarence server, just like before, trying to make this play happen. Let's see if Felix have the correct read. They got all the tools, they got good operators. There goes the first flashbang, ineffective. There goes the Candela. And the EMP.
Where's the EMP? Waiting for it. He has it on shoulder. Now up close. A-Gator under the pump and gets caught. Ryder on the long angle, and Eclair, who tried to then find the trade from down below, also out of play. And his advantage from FearX, and it now starts to force aggression from this defense.
All I can say is Fabian would be proud watching his boys pull that apart, but it's Woogieman this time calling the shots and leading them into success. There is a flank happening, but Ryder shut down Kala trying the exact same thing, so it's Garo Ryder and Akayu. One by the side, one by the main staircase leading towards the top floor, so they're very much split apart. FearX could just hit the bomb site. They know it's quite exposed. I think they know Garada is still flanking somewhere. Oh yeah, they know.
Yeah, they know. And it's being held. Gatorada does a good job to win the duel against Ryder on the solid snake, but now forced down to try and deny the plant. Ooh. Second isolated, and it gets a little interesting now. Soldier caught off guard, but Woogieman secures the plant. Misa able to cover as they now look to scramble, reposition, not feed ones into Gatorada, who, from what we've seen so far in the round, looks incredibly sharp. Well, it was a one, but a favorable one. Woogieman secures the final duel, and FearX with some good coordination early here, and I guess starting on attack was the correct decision.
Very curious to the long term here. What operators are you going to be banning? I can think of like Capital, Thatcher, Solid Snake, all being a bit annoying if you're Kinotrope. From the side of Felix, I'm not sure what you ban. If you go for like a blanket ban like the Asami that could be played every single round, if you go for a more niche operator ban, it's gonna be Thatcher and Smoke actually. Okay, Smoke also kind of works as a blanket ban, of course. Kinotrope will call a tactical timeout to discuss what this means for the rounds to come. But a Thatcher target ban on bank, I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of cold.
Well, it's been devastating, especially for the Blue Stairs hold that Kinotrope continued to commit to. It's made life very, very, very difficult for Gator. And even Eclair down below who's continuing to try and support through server. So it's a pretty large investment from the defense to commit to, but it kind of feels like at this point, Nick, nothing's really working, so they need to go for something a little more radical.
I do like the ban though, like it, as you said, like it does kind of change the attack and approach from Fearex. They can just EMP and take server sales control. But outside of the base and bomb side, how effective and how necessary has the Thatcher been? Because we talk about, you know, banning the Ace and the Hibana for playing tough a little bit better. You're banning Thatcher to play base a little bit better, but it only affects the server stairs. Nothing is stopping Beak and Fearx from just doing a backside attack from garage, lobby hatch, and elevator stairs. And then all of a sudden you're playing triple ADS from Jaeger on server stairs, but there's no attackers there and it's useless. So I just feel like there are easy ways to work around this, and to no surprise, they go back to basement, they bring the Jaeger, the Warden, they're gonna do the exact same thing as before. Now, we really gotta look at BNK Felix here. They need to have either a better, or a different way of attacking that exact same portion of the map, or they gotta go for the other end and go for back portion.
10 seconds to insertion. Using shield. You can stop worrying about grenades. 5 seconds left before insertion.
Well, it is rather rare in the modern meta to repeat sites, so this is a pretty big call from Kinotrope. A loss here would be pretty devastating, and if anything, largely tilt the chance of success in favor of their opposition. I love the adaptation though from Theorex immediately into this round and the sort of composition they're electing to bring. We've seen some success from Nook earlier in the night, and Yunstang given a vital role in offering pressure through Garage. Doesn't need to be immediate, he's not really in a rush. That's the sort of operator, the sort of role where he needs to lurk efficiently and sort of strike the right timing as the rest of the team progresses forward.
I mean, they have a Hibana shotgun, they can fight the staircases, they got a double counter for the Echo drones as well with the Nuke and the IQ. They actually have Grim shotgun. Wait, hold up. Hold up. They have Hibana and Grim shotgun. They have they have very little range. Yeah, I mean, he's doing it. I mean, I guess theoretically they can fight. They could send the guy server stairs late round for a backstep if they really wanted to. That could be a thing. IQ with secondary MPs in the Grim and the Nuke here also is a perfect counter for the Kaid. You'll find the Kaid Claw's exact location, secondary MP, can opener, and get on in. Here we see the Nuke, but just gets tapped in the shoulder. Youngsang is gonna peel back off, but they are committing 2 players and a deployable shield for that garage hold, so he is drawing a lot of attention.
Oh! So Misa has just marched forward and shot Gator on Blue Stairs. No Thatcher needed. And that unravels the entire structure of this defense with the push of a button. Big moment for Fearex. That is genuinely remarkable that they've been able to find that pick in such an efficient manner.
I was looking at the outline. Gator was like a good halfway down the staircase and got one tapped by Misa's shotgun with the suppressor on it. It's I'm gonna be fuming if I'm him. And this time Eclair is not playing inside of server, so they're not losing 2 players, just the 1. But it's all gonna be the same. Now they have the IQ to find the Yokai drones. They have plenty of utility with the flashbangs, the last bit of Grim Beasts and grenades. The only saving grace here is gonna be the single C4 or the chunk of fire. Plan being established. I don't know if they hear it. C4 red, toss, shot mid-air. The plan should go down.
Oh no! Well, it's been denied by the Echo. Ryder, get your IQ scanner out, because that could be a devastating point of the round, but instead he goes gun up, and that serves him well. Kawau, line of sight, unsuccessful. Plant, attempted, but then falls off. Boogeyman doesn't feel safe in sticking, and he gets caught out. So they pounce into action and Gatorada falls as well. FearX making plans B, C, and ultimately D work out.
That's honestly beautiful. One of the things I think FearX are doing really well at the minute is that they're using every second of the round and slowly progressing in one way or another. Like, when we see them standing still, figuring out the server staircase situation, they're not, like, waiting, doing nothing. It's the Grim rotating with the Grim canister, it's the Hibana breaching a hatch, it's them waiting for a rotation drone to get some information. In that round, it was actually Youngsang walking into Garage, seeing if he could make a distractive play, maybe forcing back the server stairs player. That didn't work. Then after that, they attacked the server staircase. So they're constantly doing something in the server, either actively or setting up for a future play. Extremely efficient on time here. And on Bank, that is actually a very important skill to have. It's a lot of map to clear, a lot of things to breach, and a lot of different things and areas to problem solve. They're 4 up, very dominant fashion. Sure, there's been some close moments, but it's FearX controlling the pace of when the fights are happening and where the fights are happening.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Camera feed up and running.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Well, so far it feels like it's a tale as old as time for this second playday, with a dominant performance from one team and a lack of competitiveness. Kinotrope have been out-muscled by FearX so far, and again, genuinely, it's another match where it doesn't feel like Kinotrope are playing particularly poorly. FearX have simply had a better read and their execution's been clean. Just their overall confidence and cohesion has been better than the opposition. Can Kinotrope try and salvage this from here? 2 rounds is optimal. I don't know if 1 will be enough, so this is a do or die round for Kinotrope.
Either there will be a free kill here, or they will become the freebie. I think Youngsang actually hears it. I saw his lips moving, sharing the info to his teammates. Valkyrie, I think, also heard the opposition. Maybe not. Checking cameras in the lobby instead. So if Youngsang has the correct timing here, might just cut off Gatorada in the basement and maybe be good for a freebie. But he doesn't know whether or not Gatorada knows of his position. Not where if he's to the left or the right hand side of this double door. And right now he thinks it's to the left.
So hard to sneak forward with CJ's audio. It's more challenging than ever, but it works out for Youngsang as Gatorada looks to rotate to main stairs. He gets completely caught off guard midpoint of the round, and it's FearX with their 5th opening kill in a row.
Love the bit of Maestro take there from Kawa, reopening the Aruni gates with the Maestro Evil Eyes. Nobody's exposed to a gunfight. Very smart bit of tech there. But the Evil Eyes themselves are not going to matter a ton if you just start dying elsewhere on the map. It's a 5v4 for FearX. They're turning up Youngsang here on the main lobby staircase, who might just get another entry.
Frag grenade goes out. And indeed it is a kill for the Nook. FearX dominating Kinotrope. But Akayu and Eclair look up and try and make a final stand. 45 seconds remain, so there's lots of time for FearX to manipulate. They don't need to be forceful from here. Soldier with Kit. Ryder and Misa closely alongside on this lobby side push. Akayu is in CEO with a good long angle, and there is good Maestro information in towards the side. Good information on the Valk as well. And so far, Kinotrope capitalizing, but now Eclair put under the spotlight. It's been a rough half for him so far. Oh, and he whiffs that shot. Oh, no. Succumbs to the pressure, and FearX take round 5.
That was the closest round so far. They didn't have an attacker on the window rappel to lock down the CEO portion, so Kinotrope, great positioning, had a strong angle to play from, but still fall in the individual gunfights. Miso's in the building, looking for those kills, finds one and the second. 5-0. And whatever issue Kinotrope are throwing at BNK FearX, they always have the solution. I do think this opening pick in particular in the basement was a big reason why they won. When the bomb site push happened, they had a significant numbers advantage in a 5 versus 3 into a 5 versus 2. And still, it became very close. Imagine that was an even fight. 5 defenders, 5 attackers. Kinotrope probably much more successful at locking themselves into a round victory. But instead, we go basement, we go top floor, we go basement, we go top floor, and we're gonna go back to basement again. Can Felix problem solve once more? I think yes.
I imagine so. Well, the last attempt on this site was quite funny in the way in which it played out. We saw the Thatcher target ban from Kinotrope in response to the blue stairs clear, and then Ferox quite literally just walked over to blue stairs and shot the anchor in the face. It was a little bit underwhelming in how that dynamic ended up playing out, and ultimately far too easy for Ferox as they look to hunt down a flawless half, a 6-0 half in their sights. Kinotrope are going all out here around the map looking to aggress. And Gator catches you and saying off guard. Oh, and a second onto Soldier. So a pocket play from Kinotrope, but it should be enough to put them in a really good position this round.
This is the kind of thing that I was talking about earlier there. If you can disrupt Ferox and get some early kills and remove some big operators from action, you can just win the round in a very simple manner. But hitting those shots, SMG 11 in hand on the repels, that is not easy whatsoever. It does it 2 times in a row. Now, Kinotrope, they should be like almost locked into round victory here, but they can still be thrown away. They gotta play the crossfires, they need to respect Ferox and the position that they're in, and just not give over any free kills at all. Mind you, it's only Hibana for hot destruction, and then 1 grenade, flashes, and smokes. There's very limited tools here, but they're reinforcing the hatch mid-round. Instead of falling back and, you know, playing the safe position, they got greedy. Let's close the open area hatches, guys, and then walk back towards the bombs down the staircases. But it's fine. The clarifying Boogeyman 2v4, Kinotrope still somewhat in full control.
Yeah, Ferox still had the Dockerby. I'd actually be pretty confident in their ability to maybe find a pick or two before disrupting sight. Now, though, that's a serious challenge. I mean, so we'll throw you through CCTV.
Oh, God.
As he looks to just slip into the site. Surely won't find much shots. Rain out. Position now known. And Ryder in the back line falls. Kinotrope will win a round, but it's just one for the half. They need a big effort here in the second. Well, it hasn't been the closest of affairs so far. At the halfway point, Ferox lead by a substantial margin, 5-1, as they now transition across to defense. Is there a world in which Kinotrope can make a comeback?
Maybe. I was thinking of saying no. I was thinking of saying yes. And I was like, you know what? I can't say either, so I'll go with maybe.
I think it's about a 5%
always
chance or something from this point, right? I can't remember the exact
5%,
numbers.
really?
It's quite low.
Yeah, it's pretty low. It is. I mean, there is the saving grace that Bank does tend to be a Tiger favorite, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough in a 1-5 position. And with the problem-solving skills of Felix when they were attacking, I imagine they'll be quite good at putting issues in Kintrup's way when they're going to have their advantages now. They're going to bring out a couple different win conditions, but first, let's look at the SMG11 highlight reel. Disgusting shots. The troll from Kawa. And then the almost hero play by Misa, but a good crossfire discipline there by Ginitro, make sure that nobody could rat inside the bomb site without being seen. But here they got solos that can play beneath. That's what that Misa 4+1 strat I spoke of earlier when we were talking about the rosters. Often he will do his own thing on the roam. Play operators like your Scopos, your Solis that can still help the team or get back towards the bomb side, but also still be very much unleashed on the roam, of course. Then you got the four people playing together. A bit of Mute, a bit of Asami, a bit of Tuberao and Clash. Gonna kind of slow down Kinetrop's gameplay and give themselves some cover to play behind as well at the same time.
Kali as well to be deployed here from Kinotrope, and so Gatorado will be a substantial threat this round. Spawning lobby side, presumably will play that Repel. Not entirely sure how much influence his gadgetry may have in this round. I suppose there is a little bit that he can deal with in terms of keeper barriers, etc. But the sniper and the ability to cut off some of these crossfires, particularly from front office, could be quite powerful. It's difficult for the defense to contest, although he doesn't persist there for too long. Elsewhere,
Interestingly,
elsewhere
the janitors.
yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, the point I was exactly about to make. Very interesting. Typically, you'd be anticipating the solos to be looking below, but not the case.
Especially because it's Misa, he's never on site. But it could be a case of him staying on the bomb site for now, then dropping down the janitor hatch later on. Because he also has a shotgun, so I don't know, we'll have to see, I guess. But he's a playmaker, so if they're expecting action in Gen Hallway, that's probably where he wants to be. Wookieman as a clash will of course rotate around the building and the objective right now to try and match where he thinks the push will come from. And try and stay clear of the Kali sniper, as it will knock him back, or at least the shield, and expose his chest and torso. But Kinotrop not showing the main push just yet, just doing a bit of heart destruction and playing from the repels and long angles outside. All 10 players still alive.
Yeah, standoff at the moment as Kinotrope look to ready themselves for the final portion of the round. Gator looks to be a looming threat top square side. Double repel on sight from the attack, and it's Gatorada to draw first blood, as Kawal as well able to find his pick. Clash now isolated. Wookieman won't be able to get back towards site presumably, and even if he does, there's still 5 members to find. Sharp shot onto Gator, but the damage already done. Kinotrope making somewhat of a statement here that they may not be going down without a fight in the second half. Doing a good job in breaking down the on-site hold from FearX. Wookieman eventually caught. Not a bad start from Kinotrope.
Not at all. Very excellent. I thought for a small second that they're going to be stuck outside the building with no real push to happen, but then off screen they got 3 quick kills and shut down the entire setup. I will say, FearX starting top floor, a little bit uncharacteristic, not the strongest bomb set on paper, and now they're going to go to open area instead. They're really trying to stay clear of that basement bomb site for as long as they possibly can. I guess it's also a question of, if they could win on like the top floor bomb site and open area, they could save the bomb site strats of basement, not show them yet here for this stage with the current roster. I don't know if they have something that they want to only use if necessary, because when you're winning very convincingly in the best of 1, you can make that call like, hey guys, let's try and save some of our strongest strategies for a later matchup, because they're probably going to end up playing Bank again, if not in best of 1s, then later on in BO3s.
Yeah, I suppose we're going to have to wait and see on that front in terms of the rotation here from FearX. Positive signs, though, for the side of Kinotrope in that first attacking effort.
5 seconds left.
Bit of a slow wind-up, but then they're able to find a few kills in quick succession, isolate those that weren't impactful in the site. and ultimately were rewarded with the round win, bringing the Nook into round number 8. Certainly been an impactful operator this evening on Bank.
It's very sweet how you say Nook with a U. It's a Nook with an U, but you're not Danish,
Yeah.
so I'll
I get
allow
a
it.
pass.
Yeah, you do. You get the pass. But it's funny how everyone says it differently, right? I hear
Yeah.
the NA commentators, the Aussies, the Europeans that are not Danish.
we're
No
all
one
wrong.
is just naturally getting it right because an Ö is only like in the Nordic alphabet, so I don't blame you. You also hit us at the Nar earlier today during the cast. The Aussie came out in you.
Ooh. It's a looming threat. It's an unsettling feeling for the defense as Gatorada makes his way all the way to Banana. Rhino Elevator would have heard that shot. Does he swing? Does he hold? Well, he swings and gets the kill. Very patient, very disciplined, and Gatorada will feel the brunt of that.
Feels bad, man. You have the Blackbeard for roam clear, you have drones, but those Mosses Budapest, 25 centimeter increase, by the way, for the radius. So a lot stronger than those drones, means with a second as well, stopping the push Trope on both the top floor and lobby, and of course, square. Meanwhile, Kaio and Ying on open area window, very ineffective, just holding a Candela in his hand for like 30 good seconds. Trope not using all 5 players, got a hot drop open area instead, but that's the side, guys.
Knock knock, who's there? And the question is, well, not really anybody. Fearx have vacated site horizontally and given control to Kinotrope, but you're right, no plant immediately means that Fearx have been able to get control back up above. And Kinotrope look scared. They look stalled out. They look nervous. Can Fearx circle like sharks? Well, the answer, an emphatic yes. Really good reposition late there from the defense.
Yep, but also a bit concerning, right? Kinotrope found the perfect gap. There was nobody on the bomb site there from the side of BNK Fearx. Despite getting 2 opening picks, they were in tellers, they were in archives, they were in the main staircase, server staircase. They really were not expecting that gap to be utilized by Kinotrope, but they had a great read. I generally think had they started planting a lot earlier on that bomb site rush, the bomb would have gone down. It's still a messy post plant. They can't play from above. They have to be inside the bomb site mostly, but at least it opens up a 3rd player to have their gun available because Kawa was stuck planting and died while planting. So it really was like a 2 versus 4 effectively. Very hard position to win from. 6-2 now in favor of Fearx, and they will eventually go to the basement, but not in the usual sense. They have a heavy roam setup, the Vigil and the Mossy. The Mossy, who was very successful in the previous round, denying the drones, getting the opening pick from Ryder. Now Youngson will join him on the Vigil to disrupt more drone work from Kinotrope.
6-2 the scoreline as Fearx look to put the nail in the coffin here on Bank. If they win it here, it'll mean that in week 1 across their first 2 matches, only dropping 3 rounds total. I think certainly a dominant result here against Kinotrope makes a bit of a statement for the other teams in the competition towards the top to take these guys seriously. I think there were certainly question marks heading into the stage as to whether or not they'd be competitive, if this outfit was going to take it seriously, sort of what the vibe really of this team was going to be, but so far it's been a positive experience for them and very much in the hunt for that one and only slot to EWC. As for this round though, that lineup from the attack is in many ways unconventional, but on a map like Bank, I really like it.
Big fan of Zero. I also know Kawa himself is quite the master of tricks. He uploads a lot of YouTube shorts on his channel about small, neat things you can do, angles, lineups with like Maestro, Zero, etc., C4s. So I'm not surprised that he is the one to utilize this operator. He also played the Maestro earlier when they're defending here on Bank. They're in server. They got control. But can they make a push forward from this position is my question. They have so much intel with these Zero cams. So look at this. They see 2 defenders in open area. They have full server control. They can try and just kind of poke in server, distract the players on the hatches, and possibly jump in this open air window and maybe get an intro kill.
Midpoint of the round. Good control and information for Kinotrope, but now comes the tricky part. Coordinating around that info and making a play. Akayu goes for the first plant attempt, but stalled out by the smoke. Boogeyman's invested the remainder of his utility, and so that could prove costly. Still a lot of time remains in the round, and there's very good lurk potential from Gatorado Garage.
Yeah, Felix have to go for flank and get kills because they can plant once this Toxic Babe expires. They're flanking Garage, they're in server, and they got so much map control. Here comes that final push potential.
Here we go, the blitz! Oh, the drive-by from Akayu. Fearex, unfortunately though, elsewhere have succumbed to the pressure of this attack. Not over yet though. Akayu to attempt plant once again. And the coverage has been just good enough. Let me now enter the post. It's Misa above in a 1 versus 3. As he crouches down main. It won't be done here as Kinotrope have done a really good job to gain a lot of information in this round. And then convert. Misa isolates the first and it's a sharp shot Garage. But flashed out. And Kinotrope will take the round.
Very different approach there from Fearex though, with the mossy, the visual roaming, open area of course being held for as long as possible, but they had very little plant denial. It was just 3 Toxic Babes, not a C4, not a Tashanga, meaning that once they can burn out those 3 Toxic Babes, they can push either deep or go for a default plant attempt. Kinotrope again reading pretty well into the situation, understanding what they need to do right in the server. Operator ban-wise, not really sure what to expect here. We've seen a lot of different flexibility from the side of Kinotrope, and from Fearex, it's just playing the to disrupt their opponent. I think Asami is a good one. I said it earlier when Kinotrope were banning when they're defending. A blanket ban here for Asami can be played on all 4 bomb sites with a very high pick rate, and will just make Fearex's positions a little bit harder to play. But also gives the defenders, in a way, the option to play a different operator. Because if Asami is open, you're gonna want to play it as often as possible here in Bank. With it being banned, now you get free reign. You can start playing funkier operators or more niche picks if you really want to. They're gonna go back to top 4. They get a similar setup to the previous time around, although this time no Solace. It's Misa on the smoke and Soldier on the mute again to help lock down some of that utility grabs.
And no Zero from the attack. The highlights from that replay package showing some of the sharp shots landing there, particularly from Kinotrope, but the lead up to that was largely facilitated by the Zeros. Kinotrope had a lot of information, although a fair argument can be made that on a site like Top Floor, that kind of clearance info is not necessarily a requirement. They do bring the sense though late with a repick, and so indicative that Kinotrope will shape up for something a little more direct. Although considering the counterplay on offer here from Fearex, you have the Echo for the denial and the Zoto canisters as well that can interfere with the ROUs. Fearex will certainly have the tools at their disposal to deal with this.
It's always so hard to fight against the Kali. It was a successful opening pick the first time around here for Kinotrope as well. Now you do have Youngsing on a DMR that could try and fight back, but outside of that you have no zoom scopes, no strong weaponry for that long engagement battle. Gator playing the IQ, it makes a good sense there to go into archives beneath the bomb site. You can try and find something through the floor, a player on cams, a yokai drone, a thorn trap, razor bloom, a mute jammer, anything really will be good to get cleared. And does start kind of mapping out the layout. Kinotrope have plenty of time to work with. They're in no rush right now. Uh-oh.
Youngsing's eager to contest. And look, with the DMR ACOG, it's tricky to fault. Elsewhere, IQ below, identifying some of the key utility that has been placed at the disposal of the defense, and Gator is able to capitalize and find the Echo. That is a huge pick. That's some really nice counterplay.
Boogeyman though, I mean, on the Echo there is one benefit. He gets to watch a lot of cameras actively now before IQ removes them all from action. But losing a player is, of course, never the preferred outcome. Lion charge on top of this means that defenders can't move a whole lot. They're gonna feel very stuck on this bomb side. Youngsang injured as well from the Kali, I presume. There's a one tap. Yep, there it is. Inside a quad window room. Now, this round is slowly just kind of bleeding away for Felix. Kinotrop again with the correct read. Solving the problems in front of them. And is he going for a flank?
Oh.
Shot down.
Is there maybe a little more in this matchup then? Will this be a serious comeback attempt from Kinotrope? Nitro Cell deployed. Eclair takes a chunk of damage, but the plant will still be secured, or not quite. Soldier pushes 4, but it is still a 1 versus 3, and it's an easy trade. Kinotrope just continue to chip away at this one.
Yep, it does feel a bit like BNK Felix are dependent on that open area bomb site, and it will open up again before overtime is needed, but ideally you just get a win elsewhere and don't have to rely too hard on it. It will be open right now, in fact, so they get one attempt at open area, and if they are not successful, they have to find a win on the top floor, basement, or the fourth option of archives and tellers. So I think right now, a little bit of pressure. You gotta lock it in as quickly as possible. It's been a hard time here for the defenders on Bank.
Yeah, overall just well played from Kinotrope. The IQ counterplay early was clean, and then the flank watch late was also valid. And then it was pretty simple for Kinotrope to get in towards side and action the plant in a perhaps more hasty method compared to what we've seen previously when, I mean, open area, good example, where they did find that opening and found that pocket, didn't execute plan, it proved costly. That time, sure, it wasn't ultimately secured, but they took space elsewhere, and it was a pretty simple closeout in the end. A big round coming here. Round number 11. Kinotrope continue to mount this comeback attempt. The scoreline at the halftime break was 5-1 in favor of Firax. Kinotrope, though, have looked quite solid on the attack thus far.
Another nuke as well. A fair bit of action from both teams at this point. Quite like it though, with all the information gathering that we've seen from the defense, the Valkyrie, the Echo. Generally speaking, just watching the cameras, of course. Now, opening kill has been so important. The Kairos sees a bit of damage but stays alive, but they're pushing the bombs at double door, aren't they? They are not, thankfully. Okay.
No, they are.
They're on the bomb side.
Akayu marches forward, but gets off the plan at the midway point, so doesn't commit to sticking. 4 versus 4 and Gatorada. Oh! Almost able to net 3 kills, but Kinotrope are flooded elsewhere. And in the blink of an eye, Ryder gets isolated over towards main stairs. Kinotrope on the verge of a 6-5 scoreline. Unless Ryder can perform the clutch. 2 huge kills and Akayu now under the pump. He carried that diffuser in towards the site and now needs to defend it with his life. And he does so. Kinotrope post another round on the board, and every single round of regulation is required.
BNK Felix don't have many gaps in their setup, but the one gap they do have gets found time and time again. Kinotrope, excellent problem solving when it comes to map area space taking. BNK Felix will call their tactical timeout. They are feeling that pressure. This is gonna be a cook-up for one round to come to lock it in regulation and get all the points, and of course just get the win and get out of the server, because right now they're gonna feel worse and worse and worse with every loss that they're suffering. And the fact they just walk into the bomb site, no one's watching it, no one's stopping that push. And then Gatorada did the same thing just that round as he did yesterday as well. Incredible 2-piece, almost the 3rd kill to Misa as well.
Tactical timeout, cold. Will this be a bait comeback, or can Kinotrope push us all the way to overtime? It's been a valiant effort from them so far. They've not gone down without a fight. I really love the tempo in particular they've brought into several of these rounds. Some of the counterplay specifically as well has been great. Replay package of that last round Gatorada with an insane transfer for the second and probably deserved the third, but Misa's been so sharp. 14 kills for him. Didn't count for much though as Ryder got left at 1 versus 3. And despite the UMP buff, he wasn't quite able to connect onto a Coyote as we return to basement.
More plant denial this time around. The Tsushanga, the Goyo stalling for time. And Kintrop have been, I want to say slow. They haven't been slow on their attacks. They've been making good progress. But they are utilizing as much time as they can afford without going for that rush like previously. So I'm not too worried about them struggling against the Goyo Tsushanga. But this is Phoenix changing their plan, right? They were playing heavy roaming, Mossy Vigil before. No C4s, only a single, like, one smoke operator, that's it. Now it's a different story. Can they get a different result, which they desperately need? Unitrop have matched them. They got the Grim and the Capital Ying, and even Blackbeard for roam clear. So it feels like they're matching fire with fire. All the timing.
Claire, if he backed his instincts, they may have been on for the opening kill, but Miso is able to vacate the area. Down main as Kinotrope take ground top square side. Although he doesn't go down main. It's a feint from Misa, who to be fair is up to 14 kills. He can back himself in to try and make a heroic individual play.
Don't do it.
Oh, Claire. So low on HP. That could have been a pivotal moment if Misa netted the pick, but he doesn't.
Oh my god.
And now he's stranded on this second floor. There's so many positions that he needs to be mindful of and account for. Kinotrope haven't caught him yet, though.
There's a player on Repel, there is a player in lobby, and they had a player in stock. He was just boxed in completely, but the pressure that he's, you know, applying back to Kinotrope, shooting so many drones, no one's chasing him any longer. They got off the Repel, and now Woogieman doing the same thing. Right below Misa, finds Gatorada, that's Capital, a huge pick, and Claire is still low on health from Misa's earlier gunfight. He can now just stay top floor, hide for as long as possible, and late round play spoils the Kinotrope's attack.
Well, we're yet to have an overtime in APAC North so far for stage 1. Will this be the first? Or one of many 7-5s? Kinotrope are damaged. They're weakened. And it looks like it's crumbling apart at the final hurdle. They tried so hard to push overtime. But on this basement site, they can't get the job done. And Fearex finally securing all 3 points.
Beautiful. I really respect Kinotrope though and how they're trying to walk around the problem, never dealing with the full clear, never dealing with the side setup and picking it apart. They're just playing that good old gap finding style of trying to figure out what is actually going to be clear. But they get punished. Woogieman Misa, great roam in that final round. I also think they weren't expecting that kind of roaming presence. Looking at the defenders lineup, they were screaming 5-man bunker in the basement, maybe holding server, maybe holding open area, but not solo roaming top floor and not solo roaming Aka cellars. So definitely caught by surprise. Thankfully for Fearex, they lock it in regulation, no need for OT.
Bitterly disappointing though for Kinotrope, who really found another level in that second half, but again, unfortunately, it's another classic example. If you don't give yourself at least a 2-round buffer, we actually said this right at the midpoint of the match. Your chances of going forward and winning at a 1-5 deficit, I can't remember the exact numbers, but I'm pretty certain it's single digits. It's incredibly low frequency. It's very difficult, and this kind of matchup is the perfect showcase as to why that happens. You slip up, you get caught out, one pocket play from the opposing team, whether it be like that roam in the final round or others, it can be so deadly, so costly, and they'll be, again, bitterly disappointed. They didn't walk away with anything to show for this matchup because they didn't push OT. They don't get any share of the points, which, especially in a league that's as competitive as this, can have impact later on.
Yeah, but I will say they're looking good, right? Like, Kinotrope, they might have had a slow start today, but how they were losing the rounds and how they're also winning them later on Sideswap was quite impressive. But there is still one more game. There is a schedule. There are future, match to be played here. So what is it gonna be? What's missing? Quick thinking? Alright. It's D Plus versus Trippy Main Telecom. Another potential banger, if you ask me. D Plus suffered a big loss yesterday to CAG. They're gonna be either down in the dumpster or they're gonna be even more motivated than before trying to get a victory. And Trippy Main Telecom, it is technically the old PSG Talon roster. It's only really Dongguk as the coach remaining. Everybody else is like moved on to greener pastures, but they're still living and breathing, and they're still trying to get some good games in.
Well, it should be a really entertaining game to close out the night. Don't go too far. On the other side, it's the fourth and final of Playday 2.
Come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that will be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber. Wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off Tim. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Got another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. It goes in. Sevens! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the
impact. He gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the confirmation! He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Eski gotta go.
A few seconds, stick it, Ness, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. Spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necroc's the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael? Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
Well, we're 3 games down, Nick, and just the one to go tonight. We finally got one that had some semblance of competitiveness, which was quite fun to enjoy. But overall, to be honest, I think the quality of the Siege has been pretty solid from the teams that have dominated and setting up some exciting storylines heading into the rest of this first stage.
For sure, and it's more just a 2-team race, right? We're thinking CAG, D+, one of them, done and deal, right? I will say CAG is still looking at the best team at the minute, but your Fearx, your Kinotrope, your Scars, I think there's a lot of potential for, 3rd, 4th, 5th place, and maybe on a good day, they can even rival the likes of D+, and maybe even CAG.
Well, it's D+ and Trippy up next. Let's have a look at D+ and break this team down. A disappointing loss for them in the first playday, Nick, just falling short against CAG. It took all 12 rounds in regulation, but they walked away with not much to show for it. What did you make of their performance yesterday?
It was kind of hard. It's not that D+ didn't play well. It was that CAG were just stopping them at every step of the path. We had Nears playing Clash like 2 or 3 rounds in a row. That wasn't a problem. You see here in the replay reel as well how CAG were just kind of bulldozering them. I think a big reason why CAG was successful was Anaton. Whether he was playing Clash on defense or Blackbeard on the attack, he was finding so much value for his team. We also saw a couple of times where a player would get a kill and spam the floor, emptying the magazine, a dead body, by the way, from CAT and, of course, D+ Kia. But I am curious if it was like off day for D+. I do think they have more to show for them. That and they got pretty heavily countered, so I expect a better result going forward for sure.
No, I totally agree. When I saw that result, I was not too surprised. It was the kind of matchup really that could have gone either way. But their opposition for tonight also had, on the flip side, a positive result. Trippy had a victory in play day 1 over Can You Be My Enemy, a 7-3 dub for these guys. Trippy main Telecom, amalgamation of a bunch of players that have quite a bit of experience, and so going into this stage expecting them to do well.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about these guys is that they have actually found themselves a very aligned way of playing the game. It doesn't feel like it's a roster where half of them wants to play one style and the other half a second. They are playing very much in sync. We're talking gap finding, that newer kind of style of Rainbow Six Siege, very aggressive, in your face, very confident at taking those gunfights and forcing the problem. And Can You Be My Enemy, they did win 3 rounds themselves, but they only got a single one on their defensive side. It was actually the side of Trippy on the attack that was extremely impressive. They made quick work of Fortress, and I'm very surprised at how well they could do with such a newfound roster.
Yeah, it feels like on the surface, this has the potential then to be quite a good matchup if Trippy Main Telecom play at their best. And I think it will probably, to be fair, take D+ to have maybe a little bit of an off night to not win this match, to fall short. But either way, expecting it to be a good contest. And again, it's kind of one of those matchups, given the roster changes, etc., that we don't really know how the head-to-head between these two is really going to shape up.
Yeah, I'm also very curious on like how deep of a map pool does Trippy have at the minute. It's a new roster, haven't had much time together. Can they play your Clubhouse, your Bank, your Chalets, etc.? We'll have to find out what the map is gonna be, but I know for a fact that D+ can play the majority of the 9 maps at a very high level. So let's see if they'll go back-to-back Fortress or they will go somewhere else. It's Border or Chalet, actually. It's gonna be Border, picked by Trippy themselves. So either way, very aggressive map, very in your face. Looking at how Trippy played yesterday, I genuinely could see this play out well, but D+ are sharpshooters themselves from the server.
Well, they are sharpshooters, but I'm having a look at their record on this particular map over the last little month or two, and okay, I don't know why it's showing me those results from that far back, but there was a period of time, at least towards the back end of 2025 and early 2026, where they were really struggling on this map with a 0-4 record. Perhaps they've been able to uptick the trend there and find some more success, and I'm sure that those numbers are probably going to be skewed by some international results, and you always have to be considerate of that. But maybe it isn't just going to be as simple as gunfights for this matchup, and there is the potential maybe for there to be more of a tactical layer to how these two teams go at it. I wouldn't be too surprised if that has a major factor and a major influence over the result as well.
Just looking at the Operator bans from Trippy yesterday, they actually banned the Glass, Monty, and the Blitz against Can You Be My Enemy on Fortress. So they haven't shown too much in terms of the attacking power-ups being banned away. They did some boring Bandicrate as well, of course. But let's get back into the action of Border this time around. D+ versus Trippy. Pretty exciting matchup, especially because D+ suffering a loss yesterday means that they are vulnerable, they can bleed, but the victor, of course, was CAG, the best in the region. Can Trippy play to that exact level? We'll have to find out.
Well, let's get this one underway. D+ starting out on the side of attack, so the onus on them to set the tempo and to be the ones to try and dictate play across the first 6 rounds. And I think on the flip side for Trippy Main Telecom, it's going to be a case of sort of just reading the situation, going very much round by round, not getting too far ahead of themselves. They'll be going into this matchup expecting stiff competition, but I still think with the expectation that they can do well this afternoon and potentially pull off what I think could be fairly stated, as it stands right now, as an upset. As we do get those bans, it will be the Mirror and the Clash combination for defense, and then on the side of the attack, the Ying and the Monty.
I heard that sound, you know, the sound that makes you go, oh, and it seems like it was a player this time around. So maybe a quick rehost or reconnect here before I get back into the action. Have you been paying attention, Gus, to the team signatures when we see the 5 point of views, right? Every team has like a signature at the bottom of the screen. D+.
I have. I can't say I've seen the ones for these teams, though. I haven't noticed them.
Okay, can we bring up the team signatures, please? Because D+ have the prettiest one so far. Let's see if we can cook it. If not, we just have to see it later. Yeah, you see the bottom right there.
Oh, yeah, pretty neat.
Looks
pretty
like
neat.
a font, right? Looks like it had like a little tablet, had a little nice brush. Ooh, make it nice and smooth. Because there are some... I say this with the most respect because I'm a paint connoisseur myself, okay? There are some awful autographs for some of these teams, but they're awful in like a fun way, where it's just like clearly a player who got a mouse in his hand trying to make his best work, but it's hard with the mouse.
Absolutely. I've signed one too many contracts or documents with the mouse, and you have to do it about 15 times before you get it right.
And it's still bad. You're like, well, that's the best of the worst. I'll ship it. It's not going to get better.
Alright, let's jump back in as Midi reconnects to the server. No rehost required. And the primary site up above Armory, the first off the rip, as expected here on Border. But one thing I didn't really necessarily anticipate was the Vigil selected here by Trippy for the opening round.
Waiting for the attacker repick, seeing what they're going to be picking into. There it comes, the Glass, the Solid Snake, the Line, much more explosive lineup than before. And there's a Thatcher. So whenever I see a Thatcher on a top floor attack, my head is screaming, Archives, Rush, Plant, catch the C4 midair, use the Glass smokes, the Blitz smokes. You have Solid Snake and Dokubi who can go for a gap find elsewhere, create a bit of chaos effect. And honestly, from the side of Trippy Main Telecom, they don't have a ton of counterplay. They just have 1 Razor Bloom and 2 C4s, all of which can be called by the EMP.
So does this end up being direct from D+?
Oh, yeah.
Do they try and bring the heat in this opening round as they look across to one another's monitors to find the time sync? Is the time now? Call deployed onto the Aruni. Shot drain out from Nears, but Demic wins the spray. Will the plant be secured by Falls?
Caught.
It will, but a 3 versus 5 in the post. And Trippy will need to get moving quickly. Cross held from the Sandwich Rappel, and Midi rewarded with his patience. Levy with a long angle to contend as well, and the boost immediately denied. So they've done a good job to win these first few fights. And well prepared for the jump out over towards off a single. Falls gets support. Gets a helping hand. Damali one shot, and Harper not in the best position now to clutch in a 1 versus 3. This has been a brutal post plant from D+ Kia.
Absolutely, and this is why planting down the diffuser can be so crucial in Rainbow Six Siege. Even from a 3 versus 5 position, it's flawless from that point forward. Nobody dies in the post. They got the sandwich window rappel, they're watching the office window, and they're out on that staircase, watching the diffuser from different angles, and they even had the blitz still alive to lock down for information. So beautiful hold from D+. And that's the thing about playing border. Whenever you're playing any of the 4 bomb sites, this kind of rush is always possible. So you have to keep that in the back of your mind. Now that D+ have shown it, just here in the very opening round, you cannot stray too far away from the bomb site ever again if you're Trippy. You're gonna feel that pressure to stick around in case of a rush. And when you ban the Monty, I mean, you're almost asking them to ban the Blitz or Black, or to play rather the Blitz or Blackbeard instead, right? So you're enabling Falls and you're enabling D+ by ban the Monty. You're choosing their playstyle for them.
Yeah, beautiful set play to set the tone for this first half from D+ Kia. As we now rotate over towards bathroom, down on the first floor for the follow-up. And once again, some big lurk potential on the side of the attack. We'll see how Midi and Muzu look to utilize their respective utility in this round. Intriguing addition as well of the Oryx here from TMT. No hard shield counter opportunity on offer, but can still be versatile and mobile around the map.
I like how D+ are not really showing their cards very early in these rounds, just opening doors and windows and applying that kind of phantom pressure all around the building. It's not giving Trippy main telecom any time to rotate and put as many defenders in one area of the map, because they're attacking from seemingly everywhere. But we know that they're rotating back and forth, changing locations, rappelling on balconies, and it's mostly a CC take at the minute. Break room door, 2 players, 1 by password right below them. Maybe looking towards the east stairs at the same time. But where is the entry gonna be?
Classic border. So many fights on entry. As TMT try and make it a challenge. They've had a couple of close encounters, a couple of bullets grazing shoulders, but yet to secure a kill. Yet another spray from Harper doesn't quite hit the mark as the defense starts to feel a little pressure. Child down below, getting info on the Solace, as Levy will find the opening kill of the round onto said Solace, and that now frees up the site significantly for D+ to exploit.
It's a very limited attack as well. They only entered the building on the east staircase and passport door. No, actually, not even passport, just east stairs. Trying to go for direct bomb side hit, watching those flanking the rotations, finds another. Harper shot down, they see NL, they see a second player behind them. I'm not sure Trippy and Telecom have a real idea of how to break this apart, because they can't stop them from planting, so they have to force the gunfights.
45 remains. Demic finds one back, and a beautiful spray from NL will isolate Muzi. Falls in the meantime has slipped through, gone for plant, but there's yellow pings above. And again, the post-plant structure here from D+, like the previous round, looks great. Perfect red ping. Damali caught elsewhere. Demic falls east stairs, and D+, again, looking really strong in the post.
The most simple attacks, they only take the space that they absolutely need. First round, archive stairs, archives balcony window. That's it. Second round, east stairs and straight into side, and they win the round. Trippy and Telecom, they're doing such a good job though at stopping them from feeling like they can enter the building. They actually kept them away from break room door, stopped them from taking security, and they only died walking into a DMR holding their angle. Then they started pre-firing those wall bangs, started hitting some shots, but again, the post is too strong from D+. Lack of information from Trippy, they didn't know where the attackers were actually playing from. So they're wandering lost in the server. Gonna go back upstairs again. Actually, no, sorry, server installation. Gonna play above, but the side is beneath. And try and hold things vertically this time, again with the Solace.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, an explosive start from D+ early here. Trippy Main Telecom are, in general, making it challenging for them to get these plants down, but the level of coordination that these attacks have had at the moment, especially the ability for D+ to set themselves well up for the post plan, have good information, then playing off that, it's been enjoyable to watch. Still low pods for the defensive unit of TMT. Perhaps the win condition for them defensively going forward needs to be centered around absolute plant denial. Oh no, Charles caught 0-3 to kick off proceedings, probably not aided by their teammate. Either way though, it's an advantage for D+.
Very much so. It's the old veteran down first round in a row shell. It's a bit of a shame, but Border kind of lends you this way. You will have to take a fight somewhere, and you will have early blows. Thankfully, it's stolen though, so the Razor Bloom is still going to be on the map, helping out his teammates. One just popped right now, but no damage done. D+ this time actually fighting a bit more for that map control now in break room. Fighting for security. They're changing the entire playstyle. No more direct shenanigans. They want the whole map.
Yeah, it's been a success so far, and it's a double down as Harper caught over towards Fountain. And well, that's a bad comm. Demic gets caught. Should have known there was a player top metal, but he's looking the other way, perhaps sucked in from pressure elsewhere. NL will remain above, but I presume his position is known given the cross is covered. Shot in the back, and at least escapes, but it's only temporary, shooting Damali in the butt, who now finds himself in a 1 versus 4. Finds at least one. Keeps it in the realm of possibility, but isolated by this barricade. Tricky now to escape customs as the plant goes down over towards server. We know just how brutal these post plants have been so far, and how disciplined D+ Kia have been. Damali's low. Can't make a mistake from here. Well-timed swing from Midi, and I believe I saw a attack timeout called, presumably, by TMT.
Yeah, he did indeed. Trippy Main Telecom calling the attack timeout makes perfect sense. This is 3 rounds in a row where D+, they get the plant down successfully, they're looking confident, and they even change their approach from those direct attacks with the, the Thatcher, the Heartbreeze, etc., to taking as much map as they would like and just take those early gun fights. So they got 60 seconds now to talk to each other. The downside is when Team A, in this case Trippy, calls their tactical timeout, Team B of D+ can also talk to their support staff of Hell. So while they're trying to find a solution for the current problems, D+ might be cooking up a new problem entirely for them to solve later on. We'll see if they can figure it out at the end of the day. But this is Border. It's a hard place to be. Once you find yourself unable to match your opponent's pacing in the server, it can very quickly slip away.
So timeout expires. It's only a short period of time to try and unravel what feels like some deep-rooted mistakes occurring for Trippy, or at least some tall mountains to climb that are being placed in their path by D+ Kia. These attacks have been high tempo, they've been well structured, and little in the way of mistakes being made for this defense to exploit. Charles unfortunately got caught over towards office early, not aided by the hole made by his teammate. And Al under pressure, falls down main, and then another clutch attempt falls short. D+ Kia looking quite comfortable here on Border thus far.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
We're seeing some good drones there from D+ as well. Of course, when Brazil first came into Tier 1 Pro play, I actually remember one of the things that stood out to us from Europe back then is they had such good way of using their drones. Obviously, Valkyrie back in the day had like 4 Valcams, could throw them outside the building and yada yada yada. Insane operator at the time. And Brazil would drive into any room and they would like flick all the corners and look for the Valcam while they kept driving forward, and were blown away by how well they were utilizing it. Right now, D+ doing a similar story. In the prep phase, they're getting deep drones in the building, so when the round starts, they can just make a play off the rip. Then they do the leapfrogging, where they will check the drones, with some players, get to the building with the others, then they leapfrog. The people who are at the building, now they go on camps. People stuck on spawn, they start leaving the spawn and getting close to the building as well. That way you're always having uptime on the information available to you. You're seeing it right here as well. The drone tossed into the roof, you can see the skylight of both office and of course this kind of open courtyard where Nears is playing from east stairs. He's gonna pop the castle. Didn't know it's clear, but the hallway is not. Gonna watch the cut back, and Dimali falls first again. Opening P from D+, still looking very strong.
Yeah, nice catch there from D+ Kia, leveraging the destructive ingredients now available here on board up. And the rampage doesn't end there. Charles gets caught over towards break. Now 0-4, so an unfortunate start. And this is where D+ Kia have shown an ability to be so disciplined in these positions. With this much time on the board and this much of a handle on the round, I fully expect them to convert.
Yeah, same for me as well. They are not known to give up these advantages. And when they have Nears and Blackbeard and they have Mitzi on the demos, they can leverage the shield and the demos tracker gadget, just isolating more kills and safely walk into the building. Now attacking 2Brow is gonna freeze himself to kind of work as a mute jammer, stopping the track from even happening. One of the downsides though is that you actually get refunded as demos if you stop it from going through in the first place. Levy gets a kill, more pressure now felt by Trippy in a 2v5.
Oh, Nears survives. And Harper able to swing. There may well still be an opportunity for Trippy in this round.
Nope.
But as I say that, D+ confirm the round. And it feels like they're freight training towards a dominant result here.
Full control for 0, and it does not feel like Trippy they gained any more information on how to play these rounds after their tactical timeout, which means they're out of a parachute. The only way they get a bit of a break from this game, of course, is halftime. They're going to get 2 minutes when they go from defense to attack, and then only if D+ would call their own tactical timeout, which they would never do unless they start losing a couple of rounds. How Nears played this was perfect, by the way. He's not holding the active angle on the door, just a hole in the wall, meaning it's like a 99.9% gunfight victory rate for him. Confirm the second. Gonna go to the bathroom and tell us, or bathroom and archives bombs now instead rather, for Trippy. I don't think this side is gonna matter too much though. It's gonna be about the opening kill engagement and whether or not they can hold on to map control as the defending team, or if they're gonna be kept to be forced back towards the bomb side.
10 seconds to insertion.
Unfortunately, as this game develops, it's starting to feel like the quality of the defense is deteriorating, especially the early portions of these rounds. D+ have had their way with many favorable fights, getting this map control. Trippy Main Telecom not finding much in the way of entries outside of the opening round, and then equally not trading those they do lose out, which can sometimes be a very valid way to play Border. You're not necessarily expected to win every single entry battle, and you don't have to, given the close quarter nature of the map, but they haven't been able to make up for that loss. It's then leading to a lot of pressure compounding as the round develops, and the discipline from D+ Kia has been absolutely phenomenal in not allowing them back into any of these rounds. So we focus in now on the 5th, and it's early pressure, early intel gathering on this eastern side. Oh, that was an opportunity.
Oh, I was gonna say, let's see how this gunfight plays out, but there is no gunfight. Haba pre-fight off the angle. Perspective is your enemy. It's a bit of a struggle again. Continues to go the same way here for Trippy. NL half health on the Ella. The question was yesterday, will D+ have more motivation to play better, or they feel a bit bummed out by the loss? Well, answer to that question is they are very, very hungry to have a stellar performance. Looking to go for a 5th round here, just taking their time again, expecting a swing out from Trippy. And they know the only way they can lose this attack most likely will be to a gunfight happening that they're unprepared for. So they are just simply posted up and ready for it.
Demic up close. Can't quite confirm that kill. It would have been a massive pick for Trippy Main Telecom. Eventually, Levy does fall. The Mali aids, but in the meantime, it falls once again with that diffuser down on the ground and confirmed. And I sound like a broken record at this point, but the post-plant play from D+ Kia has been absolutely phenomenal. So far, a 4 versus 3 as Demic and NL slowly creep their way forward into their demise. Damali all alone to find his second of the round. Unfortunately, though, it will be a case of too little, too late. D+ Kia just cannot put a foot wrong.
It's ridiculous. Again, opening pick, successful. 4 out of 5 plans, successful. The post, always perfect. It started off with, they lost the first 2 gunfights in the very opening round. But they get the plant down, and since that moment, they have just been the strongest team in the server by far. We've seen every bomb site but one. We haven't seen customs being tried just yet, but it doesn't matter. This is not a bomb site problem. It's a skill diff in the server itself. Trippermain Telecom, they are probably desperate to get away from defense and go onto their own attack inside. But they need a little bit of wiggle room to have a real chance at that. They need, ideally a 4-2. That ship has sailed. Now they're desperate for a 5-1. But that doesn't seem like it's going to be enough here against D+. They are too good.
Yeah, they really are. Just in every facet of the game, this has truly felt like the most dominant head-to-head so far tonight, which is remarkable to say given some of the other results we have had, but I think it's a fair comment. From entry to mid-round to late in the post, they just simply have the opposition covered. And the discussion, I guess, heading into this map was going to be how much is it going to be based on mechanics, how much tactical, etc. I think there's been a fair balance of both from D+. To their credit, they haven't been crotching just silly gunfights or overcomplicating attacks. It's been a well balanced approach so far.
So we watch here in the last round in the first half if Trippermain Telecom can make it a victory or if they will go down 0-6. We're seeing Nears now from Blackbeard onto Blitz. They want to do the breaching charge on the door, but afraid of the toes getting shot out. They will stay alive, thankfully. No damage done whatsoever. And they're watching the angles from Arkav's balcony all the way through east stairs. When Nears wants to push this, he can. Here he goes.
Here we go. Pressure mounting. At least they've sustained the first part, but falls.
He's close right, guys. He's close right.
Hello?
Close left.
Can they land the shot? Not quite. What is going on? Damali's still alive.
Kill him.
Still alive, and he gets the shot up close, not traded.
What?
In one of the strangest setups top ears that I've ever seen. Advantage TMT.
What am I? They saw the castle in the corner, and Nears emptied his entire mag on a dead body in the hallway. Mitzi though says, doesn't matter guys, 2 kills, I got it, don't worry. Locks down the 19 corridor instead. Repositions to watch the flank, thinking there's going to be a play happening, but there isn't. It's a player in armory and a player in security, both DMRs. It's a very winnable position here from Trippermain Telecom, but as I said, Levitt takes down Demic, leaving just Hopper. It was winnable, and now it's basically over.
Can Harper pull off a miracle? Talented player, a lot of experience. Might be able to break this one down, but Levy up to the task. Chaotic end to the half, but it's D+ Kia up 6-0.
So cold and deceiving, filled with lies and disguises and cheating. I got just the right sugar to sweeten. Turn it all to the garden of Eden. I can make the gray turn gold, I can make the sun come out. I can make the bland turn gold, show you what it's all about. I can make all your edges smooth. Make your visions come true. Just like a filter. Whenever you want me, I'm here for you. I make you brand new. Just like a filter. All of them flaws, baby, worse than yours. Let's bang with you. I can give you a vibe and love easy. see it. Let me paint you a world you can dream it. I can make it colorful, I can make the sharpness blur. I can make it possible, I can make the surface pure. I can let you into paradise. I can make it all just seem alright. Just like a filter. Whenever you want me, I'm there for you. I make you brand new. All of them flaws, baby, what's the use? Let's damage you. Just like a filter. Let me take you for a ride. I can fix it up, I can change it.
Well, thank you for joining us for the final map of the night. If you are just tuning in, unfortunately, it hasn't been the closest of affairs so far. 6-0 from D plus Kia against Trippy Main Telecom. A perfect half. And truly deserved of a 6-0 as well, Nick, in every phase of the game, in essentially every element. Outside of maybe some issues top east in that last round of the half, they have been spot on. They have played incredibly well tonight.
Yeah, they have. There is, if you ever had a question about their performance because they lost the CAG, I think they've answered it now and say, you know what, that was a CAG having, a lucky day. We didn't play it 100%. It was layer, whatever. We can definitely perform at the highest level. And a 7-0 statement, if that would be the case here after the first round on defense, that would very much put them back in the spotlight of saying, yep, they're still fighting for it. This play, though, on these stairs, I didn't know what I was watching. It felt like maybe the castle was invisible on Near's screen because he never really acknowledged his location, despite blinding him with his gadget just moments prior. But they still won the round, so who cares, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's only the number at the top that matters, and in that department, D plus Kia have been great to watch this evening. And I think this will be a nice confidence booster for them, really, given the result last night. If you aren't up to date with that, play day 1 took place yesterday. D plus Kia, unfortunately, just falling short of CAG in a nail-biting 7-5 loss.
And nothing really special cooking up. Pretty standard from both sides. There is a Monty, of course, but is that going to be the saving grace? The problem is, if you start crushing one particular operator here for Trippy Main Telecom and get a couple of rounds on the board, there will be that third operator ban to count you later on. Meaning that if they were to make that comeback possible, they gotta have 2 different styles of play to make that a reality. For now, it's Solus though, Mitty, who is 10-0. Getting active on the Solus, hunting down a couple of drones. No action happening as of yet, really, in the server. I am curious if Trippy wants to go for a room clear or a direct side attack because they're pretty spread outside the building. Nobody's entered a single doorway or window as of yet.
Oh no.
Well, they maybe won't be able to.
Shotgun up close from the Solace, netting the opening kill here for round number 7. That's now 6 out of 7 rounds where D plus K have gotten the opening kill. Damali falls as Nears also hits the ground. So effectively a 4 versus 3 currently.
Oh my god.
Damali confirmed. Levy elsewhere finds Shile. And I think we're approaching the end of this one. A 4 versus 2, minute 30 on the clock.
Nice shot. He was injured. Maybe he missed a few bullets, not really sure what happened there. Hopper and NL, very split positions. One inside, one outside the building. Has to try and work together at making this round a victory, but it seems completely lost. Up against the Valkyrie, there are Cam's position, the Solus with the tracker, NL swinging the hallway, leaving just NL and the Monty. They're gonna run you down, buddy. I'm so sorry that you are you right now. D plus convincing 7-0. A quick day here in APAC North and a very quick day for D plus Kia.
Yeah, solid work there from D plus Clear. They clock in and they clock out and honestly did not break a sweat. I don't think I've ever seen 2 7-0s in one playday, and if I have, they are extremely rare. It's almost a rarity to see a single 7-0 across an entire stage, but to see 2 in the course of 24 hours here for APAC North is intriguing to say the least, but a testament to the skill and the discipline that this team has as they look to fight towards top spot.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's also a border game, which I think you're taking we're playing in APAC North. They are from a Korean organization, but these are 5 Brazilian players, former world champion in Musi. You're trippy. You're a new roster. You got some OGs in there coming out of retirement. You got some like more new gen players as well. You're going up against some of the best players who have ever done it on border. And man, that is all about taking those gunfights and understanding how to pick apart your opponent in individual skill. It was always gonna be a tall ask, but Trippman Telecom's playstyle yesterday on Fortress against Can You Be My Enemy honestly gave me a bit of faith in their aggressive style. I thought Border would be a decent map for them. I was wrong, at least here against D+, maybe too tall of an enemy.
Yeah, good vibes in the camp there from D+ Kia, and yeah, can't really blame them. Looking across at the numbers for the match summary, 2 players on 12 figures, and Midi did not even die, a 100% cost, and that EPS close to 200. Jesus. An impressive tally from him. Unfortunately, on the other side of the coin, and there always has to be a loser, but in a case like this, it's extra rough for Chippy Main Telecom. A couple of players, they're really struggling, but to be fair, it was the team across the board that just didn't quite stand up to the challenge, and I'm excited to see if hopefully they can develop and improve as the stage does progress.
No, they will. I'm sure of it. Again, the beauty of a new roster with so much potential is that there's so many changes that they can do to themselves across the course of the stage. But we have an interview with D+ Kia. It's going to be Falls. It's going to be Hell. Who do we have on the microphone today? Mr.
Hello,
Falls.
guys.
How you doing?
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Feeling good. Good to be back.
Yeah. Look, I won't talk too much about that map, mate, because it was pretty short. I want to take a bit of a discussion in terms of the approach for your team this stage, and the reason I highlight this is earlier today we spoke to Sparky, the coach from CAG, and they're taking a very relaxed, very hands-off approach, not very tactical. Are you guys doing something similar, or is it a little bit different for your camp?
No, I think we're in the same vibes. I think the more fluid you play the game, the easier it gets. So we're not aware, of course, we need to focus on those parts, but we're trying the same approach, a more light, I think I could say a more light approach. I think it's pretty much on the meta right now, so yeah.
A lot of talk about the meta right now on social media as well, the Dobby rework, the demos, etc. I think you guys have earned yourself the right to take it a bit easier. You know, you've been dominating the region, doing really well. So I guess my question was to you originally, do you think yesterday's loss to CAG was a big deal? But I guess the answer is no then, yeah?
Yeah, it's not a big deal. The first game of this first stage, and we have a big tournament to play at, the playoffs and everything. So yeah, we are just learning a lot, as we always do on our losses. And of course, the focus is qualify for EWC and do good on EWC. So yeah, not a big deal.
I guess we'll wrap up the interview there, Falls. Congratulations on your first win of the stage. What do you want to quickly say to the fans, your first opportunity for the stage?
I think the same as always. I'd like to thank my family, the fans we have. One more thank you for D+, always giving us like a pretty big support. And yeah, I'm really happy to be back in interviews. I hope we get a lot of other situations like this.
Let's hope so. Falls, thank you so much for joining us. Have a good night.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
See you, mate. Some good vibes in the D+ Kia camp, it feels like, at the moment. And I mean, the reason I asked about that approach was to kind of understand, is this something that's maybe becoming a little bit more popular with CAG and Outlier? And look, again, a limited sample size, but it feels like, especially given the meta and sort of the way in which the region is structured, this could actually be quite a common approach for the top teams.
Yeah, the meta comment surprised me because I saw a lot about this from the EML players. I think Elamau as well, saying how on the attacking side you just have like insane amount of powerful operators. It's so unfun playing on defensive sides, and maybe they practice differently because it's so hard to get certain victories. But today we had some good teams, some lesser good teams sadly, but there is an MVP, the greatest of them all for today. Drumroll. Oh, there it is. Nina, of course, popping off earlier today for the side of Scars. Him and Rek together, that duo, they were making quick work of their opponent in Can You Be My Enemy?
Well, the hardest part about today, Nick, was kind of deciding the MVP. There were so many players with insane stat lines that when production kind of approached us and asked who should the MVP for the night be, I kind of just went back and said, whoever's got the most clips, I think would probably be the fairest player to select. And look, Nina had plenty of those in that matchup against BME. Set the tone really nicely for his team overall. Was tasked with a couple of different roles, couple of different operators, even a bit of Nook towards the end as well, where he hit double digits here in the 7th round. And look, overall, a standout player for Scars. Not to discount, again, to put the asterisks on all the other players that dominated tonight, he kind of just stood out from the rest though.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also a big moment for Scars as a team, right? Because they suffered a loss to Kinetrup in their first day, and then the second they get a victory. We gotta raise, you know, the picture of who did the most job. That was Nina. But we have a schedule, because this isn't the final playday, guys. This is a second playday. There are many more to come. This, of course, was today's matchup. We had the results that you see here: 2-7, 7-0, 7-0. Like you said, we don't see that all that often, but today we saw it twice.
Yeah, we did. As I noted at the end of that D+ victory, it is a rarity. I would love to see the stat as to when the last 7-0 occurred on a play day, but I would have to imagine and hedge my bets that it is pretty unusual. As we have a look at the standings and how they're shaping up so far, to me, it doesn't look like there's any outliers. In fact, I would argue that this order as it stands right now is very indicative of what we could see shape up. I mean, to be fair, there's probably room for the bottom 3 to shuffle around quite a bit, but I wouldn't be completely shocked if the top 5 looks like that or very, very similar.
No, I think you're completely on the money there. It feels very, very relevant and very accurate right now, given the first 2 play days. And we kind of got a vibe check on all these teams more into a singular map and a singular situation. I like how we're seeing the top teams taking a bit of a more experimental approach in CHG and D+. And of course, the more bottom-ended teams, they're just fighting for their life, trying to get a round victory. It's so fun to see the stark contrast between the top and bottom.
Well, that just about wraps it up, Nick. It's been an absolute pleasure to cast with you once again. We hope everybody has enjoyed the matches tonight. There's more APL next week, of course. Plenty more to still go here for Stage 1. We hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you again soon.
Op 4.